goes on. Right, good morning, members. This is the Planning Committee for Friday, the 5th of December, and the first item I have on the agenda is apologies for absence, which I have received from Bill Hanley, Kath Potter, Rachel Bennett, Andrew Hart and Melandra Smith. Are there any other apologies? We don't have Matt. Oh yes, we do have Matt with us now. Good, okay, that's fine. Minutes of the previous meeting, those have been circulated. I do have a small point on the minutes, when I can find them, which is on page 10, the item relating to the Sweetbriar Cottage at Conksbury Lane, Yulegrave. The minute says to deferred to allow for consideration of the amended plans. I think we went one step further than that, and we asked that officers consider whether there were other alternatives as well. So I wonder whether we can include that in the minutes. I'm assured that that's happening, but on the basis of that slight amendment, I'm happy to move the minutes for approval as a correct record.
Chair, my minutes say defer the application to allow consideration of a revised proposal.
No, we're at the bottom of page 10, that the application be deferred to allow...
Oh, I beg your pardon, I was looking at the text, the narrative. Yes, you're quite correct in that case.
Yeah.
The narrative doesn't reflect the recommendation. Yeah. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. I've moved that as a correct record, subject to that slight amendment. That's seconded. Any further comments on the accuracy of the minutes? All those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you very much. The next item, we have no urgent business. Public participation will occur as we go through the agenda. Declarations of interest. I think we should all have received a circular email from Lynn Connell, I think it is, Eam Parish Council and Emery Planning. Has anybody got any further declarations to make? I have one declaration which I shall deal with more particularly when we get on to it. I did have an email from the applicant in relation to the Church Farm Powerwitch application, and I'll just explain that when we get on to that item. So on that basis, we're now moving on to...
Also the DRIs.
Sorry.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, item 15, of course, is the National Park.
Oh,
so
right,
we should all declare that. And one of the speakers is our former chairman, Andrew McCloy, so I think we should declare that.
Right.
By the same token, Chair, one of the objectors for the same item that Ginny's just referred to is known to me, but I don't see that as a prejudicial interest.
Okay, thank you. Right, so now we're moving on to Hannah Bowman Way, Conksbury, erection of 9 dwellings with associated facilities. Who's presenting this, John?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application seeks planning permission for the erection of 9 dwellings on land accessible from Hannah Bowman Way off Conksbury Lane, Yulegrave. The dwellings would all be affordable. East Midlands Housing Association will be the builders of the scheme in partnership with the Yulegrave Community Land Trust and Peak District Rural Housing Association, a registered provider who would manage and maintain the homes. There is one updated report, which is that the Highways Authority have provided an additional comment after being reconsulted, in which they confirm they have no objection to the development. So on the screen now is the first slide showing the location plan. So you can see the site marked in red this here. So the site is located to the west of Conksbury Lane, which runs up here from the centre of Yulegrave. You can see on the cursor there. The site, which is currently used as pasture land, slopes down to the east towards a range of converted barns, which are these barns here, or now dwellings. Traditional boundary walls exist on the north, south and eastern sides of The wider field goes all the way up to Moor Lane. The site itself will be accessed via Hannah Bowman Way, which comes off Congsbury Lane. This is Hannah Bowman Way, and then into the site here. Further to the north are more residential homes in the form of bungalows that front onto Congsbury Avenue. So it's these group of houses along here. And as I say, Moor Lane is 200 metres to approximately to the west. So this is the block plan. So the site is outlined in red, as you can see. The access from Hannah Bowman Way will come in here. That'll be more clear on the master plan on a future slide. Hannah Bowman Way itself consists of seven terraces, 7 properties along 1 terrace and a single bungalow. These are all affordable homes approved in 2014, and that was also submitted on behalf of the Ewergrave Community Land Trust. And then here are the converted barns. I mentioned the 3, and then the single story converted barn there. And then the former farmhouse, which makes up the former farmstead of Hull Farm. So the site itself, the eastern edge of the site falls within the Ewergrave Conservation Area. So where my cursor is here, this is roughly the eastern edge of the site, and it projects beyond approximately there as well. Conservation area, as you see, is here with a collection list of buildings centred on the All Saints Church at the centre. So move on to the sectional drawings. These are existing. So you can see the top drawing is a cut taken from the agricultural fields to the east. You can see the gable ends of the Hannah Bowman Terrace here, and then a single bungalow here, and then a rooftop of the converted barns here. The bottom sectional drawing is taken from the south, looking across the site toward the rear of the homes of Congsbury Avenue. So these properties here, and then the rear of Hannah Bowman Way, which are these homes here. You know, the land slopes down to the east. And now this is the proposed master plan. So again, access, there's an existing field gate there at the moment, so that gate would be, that access would be widened. You would come in, have 6 metre radius. An additional gate would be installed here to allow access to the field. So the dwellings themselves will be centred on an L shape, formed of 2 blocks. Plots 1 to 5 will consist of 4 one-bedroom flats with 2 flats at ground floor and 2 flats at first floor, and a bungalow, which would be plot 1. A 0.8 metre high boundary wall would be ahead of the frontages, so that they would run along here. Plots 6 to 9 to the south will consist of 4 2-storey, 2 and 3 bedroom homes. You see here. At the centre of the site will be open space and allotments provided to the north of that open space. Here. A 4 metre landscape buffer will be proposed to the site's eastern edge. So this is running along to the edge here. To the west and south will be hedgerow planting. So starting up here and running down and then along, extending to approximately 133 metres. A total of 17 car parking spaces will be provided. So you can see spaces here, 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 and 2 disabled parking spaces here. The width of the road will be 5 metres, which will be sufficient to allow vehicles to pass each other. As stated in the report, paragraph 120, a condition will be added to ensure a management plan for parking on site is submitted and approved by the authority, with the idea of preventing parking along this stretch here to ease manoeuvrability for cars coming in and out of these spaces. And now we move on to the elevations. So this is the block shown with the flats and the bungalow. Officers consider that in their form, scale and materials with the use of local limestone, local lime mortar and Staffordshire blue clay roof tiles. The overall design will be similar to the existing homes on Hannah Bowman Way and will be considered appropriate for the site. To appreciate the height of the dwellings, please note the outline of the homes on Hannah Bowman Way, which are here and again here, so you can see there. Solar panels will be set to the western roof slope. That's a small change during the course of the application. Previously they set on the east, which would be obviously more visible from the open countryside to the east. We move on to the other block of homes, the 2 and 3 bedroom homes. So you can see the neighbouring converted barns set here and then here. So again, that's just to give you that reference to the levels. Note the property stepping down, which follow the sloping line level. Here the solar panels will be set to the southern roof slopes to the rear of the properties. Now we move on to the floor plans. These show the floor plans for the flats and bungalow. The flats themselves would have separate entrances. So you can see here on the frontages, 2 doors adjacent, providing separate entrances. The floor areas would all be within the maximum areas allowed under policy DMH1. And now the floor plans for the 2 and 3 bedroom homes. So top, ground floor, and the bottom, first floor. And this plan shows the proposed biodiversity enhancements. The development would deliver a BNG gain of 11.3%. The authority's ecologist does consider that further uplift on this site can be achieved, and so the standards BNG condition is proposed to be worded so that additional enhancements over and above those that we can see on the screen can be secured. This would revolve effectively, essentially around compensation for the loss of terrestrial habitat for great-crested newts. Now we move on to photos of the site and surrounding area. So this is Hannah Bowman Way. Obviously number of members visited the site yesterday. So this is coming up Hannah Bowman Way. Conks Wheeling is just behind us, and this is sort of halfway up. And this is the existing field access into the site. We're now at the top of Hannah Bowman Way, and then this is roughly where the new road will come in to provide access into the site. And then behind there you can see the single bungalow referenced earlier. Now we're more central within the site, we're effectively within where the open space would be. On the left we're looking straight at the converted barns, the three properties there. And if we turn around from the same position, we're looking up, the land rising up towards Moor Lane. You can see a boundary wall there. Just behind that wall is the narrow Moor Lane. So for further context, you've got the rear of Conksbury Avenue. So these are the bungalows that project out to the west. And at the bottom, you've got the rear of Hannah Bowman Way. So again, we're effectively here stood roughly where the open space would be, and we're looking to our left at the rear of those properties. Again, now we're looking towards the centre of Yulgrave. That's towards the southeast of the site. The edge of the site that we're looking at would cut across this field up to the stone wall here. So the very end of this field that we can see, which terminates with this high stone wall, that would just be outside of the red line. I can highlight that on the location plan if you want me if I need to go back. But the majority of what we can see, that field there, is within the site boundary. And again, step a bit further back, approximately from the access road now, looking at the converter barns in the middle of the picture, also Souls Church, obviously quite clearly visible. And to the left, just out of shot, would be the rear of Hannibal Way. And a final photograph, again, wider context. This is taken from Moor Lane. You can see the way the line drops down. Again, this is the gable end of Hannibal Way. You can see a property there, that's actually on Congsbury Lane. We come across, we can see the converted barns. Rising up is the All Souls Church. And then you can see the settlement itself. And the site we're looking at will be here, with the access road coming in here. Yeah. So I'll just summarise the overall assessment of the scheme by officers. The committee report identifies that there will be a permanent loss of archaeological evidence and information, and therefore harm to the archaeological interest of the site. There will also be moderate harm to the setting of the converted barns, these again here, to the east of the site, and the setting of the edge of the Ewell Grave conservation area when viewed from Moor Lane. However, the development would deliver 100% affordable housing. The type and tenure of the proposed developments would meet eligible local needs as identified by the Housing Authority, and would make a very significant contribution to disestablished needs within Ewell Grave on a site deemed to be sustainable without undue harm to the landscape or biodiversity. It is therefore concluded that the benefits of approving this scheme clearly outweigh the harm to heritage assets that has been identified. As such, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the listed conditions and agreement under Section 106 to secure the affordable homes and the maintenance and management of the open space. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, John. Could I slightly frivolously ask, what is it? Is it Ewell Grave or Ewell Grieve? Because we've had both on the slides.
It can be both, I think.
Can it be both? Okay, all right, thank you. We've got a number of speakers, and the first one I have is Karen Shelley-Jones. Is she here? Yes. Hello. In the seat in the middle there. I think you've been here before, haven't you? Can you? Do I remember you from long ago when the other houses were being built? Yes, you do. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is that working? So thank you, Chair.
In your time.
Yeah, I'm a former employee of the National Park Authority some years ago, and I'm a resident of Ewell Grave, living on Congsbury Avenue. Yeah, almost see my house on the screen. So I've just got a few points I'd like to make. Are you struggling to hear me, or is that okay?
Yes, okay.
Just a few points. So the current phase of development is viewed very much by the Community Land Trust as just that, the next phase in a creeping development that they hope will ultimately see many more houses built on this field, and a lot of the residents are quite concerned that this development will lead to the next phase and then the next phase, ultimately ending up in quite a large scale development in the village, which if it came forward as a single application to the committee, I'm pretty sure wouldn't be approved. So we're very much concerned that this phase is just leading on to the next, and there'll be future applications to build more and more houses on this property. There's very little community support for this development. 34 objections were received and no letters of support were received when the application was out for consultation on the planning portal. Just going back to the site elevation plans, this field does rise up quite considerably behind Congsbury Lane. So at its most significant extent, judging by the measurements given on the elevation plans, the highest building will be some 4 metres higher than those converted barns on Congsbury Lane, so considerable overshadowing for the people that live in those properties. The representations from the community did point out that the development doesn't adequately conform to development management principles within GSP3, specifically the impact on character and setting of buildings, scale of development appropriate to the character and appearance of the national park, siting, landscaping and building materials, and impact on living conditions of communities. The application is based on the presumption that there are not enough houses in Ewell Grave. There are 21 empty properties in Ewell Grave, plus at least 81 second homes and holiday lets, so it's more around the use of buildings than not enough of them. We're in the midst of an environmental crisis, climate and biodiversity crisis. We should be reusing, reducing and recycling rather than building new. I think we should reuse those empty properties, reuse, recycle holiday lets, reuse and recycle existing social housing, people that need to downsize, people that need to upsize within the existing availability of properties rather than building new ones for them. So those are just a few points that have been raised by the objections to the development. And I would just ask that if committee does approve this development, that it's the last one, then we don't see another one in a few years' time. And I think that beep is my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Peter Mashada. Thank you.
I'm not used to this. I'm just going to read what I wrote last night. I'm Pete Mashada. I'm a co-owner with my partner of the barn called Copper Pot, which you'll have seen on the plans. I have a number of problems with this. The first one is applications for development in the conservation area that affects its setting or important views into or across the area should assess and clearly demonstrate how the character of the conservation area will be preserved or enhanced. This is one of the management policies, DMC8. It's quite clear from the comments in Planning Committee document Part A that this is being conveniently dismissed for the sake of expediting approval of this application. Moor Lane provides the main location for viewing this part of Yulegrave Conservation Area, and although it may be, and I quote your document, lightly trafficked with cars, there are plenty of walkers, both local dog walkers and visitors to the area, who use this lane, and many are seen to stop at the gate at the top of the field to admire the view. Ironically, this view also features as the banner photograph for the CLT's own website and is used on the village website to promote the village. Should the development go ahead, it will not be its extent to the west as highlighted in point 84 of your document that will be of most impact, but its extent to the south towards Main Street and the church, not mentioned in point 84. This will not cause moderate harm to the setting of the farmstead of Hall Farm as proposed in point 105. It will make it invisible. Hannah Bowman Way and Coxbury Avenue do not encroach on the present view of the conservation area and should not be used as an excuse to justify the reduction of the impact of the proposed new development. In fact, the new development as proposed will offer a view of either a long tall hedge, which is entirely inappropriate in an area where all field boundaries are walls, or a shorter hedge and a car park. Also, this infill proposal is contrary to the requirements of DMC4 on settlement limits, insofar as the development in that area was linear and infill goes against that historic pattern of development. It's also clear from the planning notes that the application fails to meet the requirements of DMC8 Part B, that it must be demonstrated how the character of the conservation area will be preserved or enhanced when a development affects the settings or views of the conservation area, and I don't believe it does either. My second concern is more personal. Contrary to the requirements of DMC3, we in Copperpot will lose much of our privacy and the amenity value of our garden, with the resultant loss of the sense of well-being we get from living in this property. The whole of what was a private back garden would be overlooked by anyone in the gardens of the terrace properties of 6 to 9, and worse, people in these gardens will also have a direct view into our master bedroom, lounge and dining room. Trees and bushes tall enough to mitigate against this will take the light off our garden. Was that my 3 minutes up?
It is, I'm afraid, yes.
Right.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Councillor Maelstrom. Welcome back. You know the procedure, so
Thank you.
in your time.
Thanks, yes. So I'm speaking here today as the Derbyshire Dales District Councillor for Yulegrave Ward, and I'd like to talk a bit about the wider context of this development, the ward-wide view, if you like. So Yulegrave Ward stretches from Moneyash in the west over to Stanton in the east, and includes the immediately neighbouring parishes of Moneyash, Middleton and Smerrill and Hart Hill, and then Birchover and Stanton further to the east. I know you're well aware of the Section 62 duty to foster the economic and social well-being of local communities, and also the vision of a living, modern and innovative Peak District that contributes positively to vibrant communities. Now, Yulgrave, as you might guess, is the main village of Yulgrave Ward, and it sits right in the middle. And compared to the rest of the area, it's a metropolis, surpassed only by Bakewell in urban sophistication. Yulgrave has the only post office in my ward. It has the only village shops. It has the only doctor's surgery. It has one of only 3 schools, 3 of, I think, only 5 cafes in the whole ward, 3 of, I think, 7 pubs in the ward, which will be down to 6 in the new year because the Druid in Birchover is closing. I don't need to tell you how many community businesses have disappeared over recent decades. And that decline is still happening, as you know, even as tourism is growing. There is some good news. In April, Derbyshire Dales doubled the council tax on second homes, and that seems to be working. The number of second homes in the Dales has gone down by 10% in 6 months. So in the long term, this might bring house prices down a bit, but that's not going to fix the shortage of affordable and social housing for those at the lower end of the income scale. So my point is quite simply that Yulgrave is a hub which needs to thrive so that the neighbouring villages can also remain viable. There's a relationship there which I think is important and it's relevant both to the conservation of the cultural heritage of the White Peak villages and also to promoting vibrant communities. People from Moneyash, Middleton, Birchover and Stanton use the facilities in Yulgrave all year round, but those community assets, shops, pubs, garage, school, doctors, will eventually fail if we don't look after the people who need affordable housing in order to stay in the village. I have read all the objection letters on the planning portal, and I do understand the concerns of those residents who've objected, but for what it's worth, my opinion is still, from the perspective of my district councillor role, that the benefits of this development to the national park outweigh any harms and it should be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I've got somebody called Andrew McCoy. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Do you know the procedure?
I do. I'm familiar with it, thank you. Chair, thank you. Morning, members. So I'm Vice Chair of Yulgrave Parish Council and a member of the Community Land Trust, but I'm speaking here in a personal capacity. And I'm speaking very much in support of this application. And like Councillor Maelstrom, I'd invite you to take a wider look. So, as you know, for 12 years I was a member of this authority, 5 years as chair, and I left with the inescapable conclusion that to maintain thriving, vibrant, sustainable villages, we have to build enough decent, affordable, local needs houses to keep our young people there. And there are actions for district, council, county council, national government, some of them are being put into place. But for this authority, one of the key things that it can do is to support applications for this kind of housing where they come from the communities themselves. So here before you is an application from the Villages Community Land Trust. It's supported by the Parish Council and it is an application that is evidenced by the success of an earlier scheme where there are 8 units all lived in by local families. They are affordable houses, they are comfortable houses to live in, they're energy efficient houses, they fit in with the built environment, indeed they're award winning. And in particular, they're occupied by a number of young families because nearby, and this is relevant to this application of course as well, you've got the doctor's surgery, you've got the core services, you've got the preschool, which is going great guns at the moment, and you've got the village school, which is holding up. And to give you an idea of the precariousness of the village situations in the Peak District, just a few miles away is Winster, a village similar size to Yulgrave, similar complexion, and I am told that the role at the village school, the number of children at the village school is down to single figures. This is the fragility of our communities. This is why we need to take a wider view, and we need to support bottom-up, community-led applications like this, which will deliver long-term, local needs houses and keep our young people and young families in the village. I acknowledge that some local people have objections, but there's a bigger prize here, and it is for the long-term health and good fortune for the community. So I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Anne Crosdale.
Good morning. Morning, I'm Anne Crosdale. I'm the secretary of the Community Land Trust. The CLT was formed in 2012 to start the first stage of Hannah Bowman Way. There was much dissent, a public inquiry and disbelief that the scheme would have a 10-year clause of residency for Yulegrave only. It was completed in 2015 and has been greatly appreciated. It won the best building project in the East Midlands, also the best housing project in the East Midlands. The residents feel lucky to have acquired one of those houses. Only 2 have changed hands in 11 years. The CLT has insisted on using a local architect. We could have had off-the-shelf housing from a Nottingham architect. We need to use local professionals who better understand the requirements of the National Park and maintaining thriving communities. We've spoken to the residents of Hannah Bowman Phase 1, one of them is on our CLT board, and asked if neighbouring flats for old and young would work. What's the best configuration for rooms and cupboards downstairs? What about allotments? All these things we've worked through with the architect. The footprint of Hannah Bowman Way 2 is similar to the layout of properties directly to the east, i.e. the farmhouse and farm buildings around the edge of the yard, barns later being converted to dwellings with communal space in the middle. This is repeated 100 yards further up the lane at White House Farm, so is typical in the village. An outline drawing of how the central area will be planted was done for us by a CLT member who's been working on a community project to re-green Hurst Farm over in Matlock. Further modifications may well be made to that central area to move the allotments nearer to the back of the barns, so improving the sort of buffer area between the barns that have been converted there. As Secretary, I've read the concerns and objections of some residents. Some came to our open events and met the architect, saw the plans, and when the time came, they put in their objections to the authority. I noted that all but one had recently moved into the village and were wary of the process to develop the project. The residents of Copperpot, that's Peter who you heard earlier, are most greatly affected, and we've had several discussions with them with a view to mitigating the worst of the consequences of the build. We negotiated the 4-metre buffer strip at the bottom of their gardens. We've also asked for swift bricks to be placed in the gable end that overlooks them. We've noted that the architect had put 45-degree roofs on the first drawings, which will now be reduced, and so reduce the height of those buildings and the overlook. We're also committed to discussing with Peter and Amanda development of shrubs and that 4-metre buffer. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, members. Anybody wish to start this? If not, I'll do it. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the officers for the presentation and to the people of Yulegrave Village who've come along to speak and put their points of view across. I've got three questions. The last speaker said in response to the resident at Copperpot, and I noticed there's some other barn conversions nearby, said that changes have been made to reduce the overlooking or the worst effects of the overlooking. So I am concerned that there may still be some overlooking. I mean, we all know that in planning terms there is no right to a view, and clearly those the new homes would prevent people having a view looking up up the field in future, but is there still some overlooking that would need to be addressed were this development to go ahead? The second question is about the car parking. There doesn't seem to be much car parking available. If I've counted right on the plans, there's actually less spaces than there are for... It's less than one per home, or have I misunderstood that? And the last question relates to the photovoltaic cell panels. Who would benefit? Does that bring down the price of electricity for the residents? Because clearly I imagine there would be some payback for having them installed, because there is a capital outlay on them. So just a question about the amount of benefit that the residents would get from that. Thank you.
I think before I call Ginny, can we get the answer to those three very separate questions?
Yeah, in terms of the overlooking, officers consider that the layout would mitigate overlooking impacts. You have the open space at the centre, so therefore plots 1 to 5, those separation distances between plots 1 to 5 and the nearest properties, existing properties, will be more than sufficient to prevent overlooking overbearing. In terms of plot 6 to 9, particularly plot 9 in relation to Copper Pot, referenced, that end gable, plot 9, will be blank. And considering there will be no window, and considering the separation distance that you can see on the plan, we do not consider that there will be overlooking impacts. There will be that landscape buffer. That landscaping will be conditioned so that we get a robust mix of planting there. So overall, we consider that with the separation distances and with the layout, there wouldn't be any overlooking or overbearing impacts that would warrant changes or even an objection from ourselves. In terms of the parking spaces, there are 17 proposed. Our minimum standards for this development of this size would require 16. There are 9 homes in total, so the 9 homes, there are 17 spaces, and they do meet the parking standards set out in our development management plan. In terms of how the energy generated by the solar panels, I'm apologies, I couldn't really answer that. I wouldn't know exactly what the developers propose and how to use that. I don't know if maybe they can comment themselves, but I think that's the answer I can give to those three as best as I can.
Can I just follow up on that? This strip of land between the end house and the other house, how wide is it? The one on the border with the barns?
4 metres wide.
About 4 metres wide. Because what it says on the plan is that that's wildflower planting, so that's not going to have much effect on privacy, is it? Is there any case for looking at part of that as a shrubbery or something?
I thought part of the mix is wildflower planting and also, there's trees, what's the other word there?
Yeah, I can read it. It says wildflower planting and small shallow root trees. So I think
right, okay.
low trees at maybe at a human height would be quite good at that.
Okay.
As part of the landscaping scheme, if we wanted to tweak that, make them, we look at the mix we can do. If we want to provide that buffer to be a bit more robust in terms of delivering, distinct separation.
Okay, well, I think we need to look at that. Right. Ginny.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for making their points very clearly, both objecting and people that are supporting this. We did the site visit yesterday. The houses that have been built on Hannah Bowman Way look really good and very much in keeping with the area. I'm very much in support of this, but I just have a concern about the hedging, the number of car parking and the hedging going along the back of the site. So if that was to have hedging going right across, that would make a much better visual as you're looking down than to have the gaps where the housing is, where the parking is, sorry. So I just wondered if there was any way of improving on that and also increasing the number of car parking spaces.
Yeah, sorry. Just to be clear, that hedge, if I use the word mouse, it is proposed that hedge will be continuous right along, so therefore there will be no gap here. I did go back to the applicants just to clarify the width of that, because the land here is owned by the same landowner, so the hedge would spread onto the land here. So we believe that the spread will be sufficiently deep to provide that screening right along north to south. So there's no proposed gap where the car parking is. In terms of the numbers, as I say, the 17 spaces do meet the standards that we require. To provide additional parking, we consider maybe there's going to be a risk to the overall visual amenity of this scheme. That probably would require some sacrifice of hedging, some sacrifice of some of the low-level planting that's proposed around here and here. And also, we would want those spaces as we can see to be broken up. If we have more car parking space to provide a more continuous bank of parking, that could be a little bit detrimental, really. I think that mix of car parking spaces with landscaping does soften those impacts. So, yeah.
The problem is, whilst you're softening that impact, actually more cars on another part make it worse. It's a matter of balance, isn't it? Do you want to come back on that, Ginny? No? Okay. Martin, then.
Right. I concentrated at the visit more on the road access because I'd read various objections to that. I was satisfied that the road is of adequate size, but I'm a bit concerned about the angled parking spaces. Although I'm quite happy with the numbers for the numbers and types of houses, it's nearly two places for each house, and 5 of them are only single bedroom. But to need to make sure that those angled parking spaces are of adequate width. If you actually look at the plan, the parking spaces at the bottom at the turnaround look wider. That may be just visual, but needs to be looked at. The other one is the entrance, and yes, I can see. My immediate thought was, right, this is set up to go further, and for another development to go in the to be accessed through straight on. I'm not particularly worried about that, but would want to make sure that the hedging and car parking spaces would not be affected by that.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Ken?
Yeah, a question and then a comment. Question is about dustbins. What provision is for the on-site storage of dustbins and collection? And the other comment is, as this is a full planning application, there seems a rather lot of approvals to come later.
I agree with you.
And what last one as well, there were quite a lot. It's as though it's been rushed, this.
Well, we better comment on both of those too.
Yeah, in terms of the bin stores, so for plus 1 to 5, they're sort of marked here. So the one additional bin stores here, and then again here. I mean, that detailing can be conditions, and they will be set behind the low boundary walls running along up here. So these properties.
We can't see that detail from here.
No, I appreciate that, but the bin stores will be here, here, here. The final details say what those bin stores would actually look like can be conditions. It's a pretty standard condition on a scheme of this nature. For the bin stores to the rear of 6 to 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you've got a small passageway to come out here, and then the collection points for these properties will be here. In terms of the conditions or the later approvals, I probably need a bit more clarification on the exact things that you would expect to be addressed at the time of the application now, as opposed to that condition. In terms of design details, the landscaping details, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of those will be quite standard for a scheme of 9 homes. But if there's any condition that you think or any details should have been addressed beforehand, please do clarify. Because I'm not too sure how to address that question really.
Well, if I can come back, you know, I'm quite used to talking about quite a lot more houses. You know, bats, birds and hedgehogs, that's only one. Would have expected a report in the pack. Archaeological written scheme of investigation, we'd have wanted more information from that. Because if there's any desk-based survey of archaeological remains on the site, then that would produce a scheme of investigation and possibly trenching before they started and stuff like that.
In terms of the archaeology, I should say there was a desk-based survey carried out. The archaeologist believes that the harm would be moderate and that a pre-commence condition, such as has been listed, would be sufficient. So that condition will be pre-commencement. It would have to be discharged prior to the development commencing. And therefore, we believe that would be sufficient to ensure that the archaeological potential of the site can be recorded and not be before development is undertaken. In terms of the biodiversity enhancements, I mean, again, those are sort of outlined within the biodiversity report. And without that condition, just essentially ensuring that those are applied. We have no reason to believe that they won't be. They've indicated that they will, and we just want to make sure that they do. And hence why the condition has been added.
Not trying to labour the point, but it's where it's down here. Submission, approval and implementation. The condition is the implementation. You should have already had the submission and you should know what they're going to do. It don't read right.
Can I just come back specifically, for example, for the archaeology? Yeah, so for archaeology, we have had a report. The archaeological written scheme of investigation, Ken will be able to give more onto this, is a much more in-depth scheme, which comes later. But we've got enough information based on the information that we've got to make a decision on the application. The alternative would be to ask the applicant to do all the work in advance, which would be quite expensive, which wouldn't be reasonable if we've got enough information now, because obviously that's an expense for them before they've got their planning permission. So it is quite normal for archaeology, for example, to get some information, enough to make a decision, and then you get more information later. So it is quite common that you'd get a condition like that.
Could I, Chair, just to perhaps pour some oil on the potentially troubled waters. I think Ken makes a good point, and I think
yes,
it would be even more appropriate point if the desk-based assessment had suggested that there was sufficient information to warrant that pre-application work. In this instance, it seems to me that the desk-based assessment has suggested that there is minimal archaeological presence, and we're talking specifically about the archaeology, but at the same time, as a precautionary measure, there's a requirement to do some monitoring whilst the development, if it's approved, takes place. So I think you're entirely right, but that is it's a question of degree, a question of the amount of information that's available. Sure. No.
Approval, it's as though you don't know about it.
Sure. Like I say, I'm not disagreeing with the point that you're making.
I don't think any of us are. No, that's right. Can I just pick up? After you, Ken, and I'll...
If I may, just a few points I'd like to raise. I think, again, as others, welcome the information that's been provided by those representations and the passion with which it's been delivered. There's a couple of things. I mean, in a sense, it's picking up on some of the issues that Ken has raised, Ken Richardson. I mean, paragraph 83 notes that there was no landscape assessment and explains why. And it just seems to me that, again, in terms of insufficient information, given the comments that have been made in some of the representations about the landscape impact of the proposed development, I do think that there ought to have been a submission about the landscape impact of this proposal. And at the same time, there's another comment on paragraph 93 that the design of the dwellings is largely in accordance with the authority's design guide. Well, why not wholly? And why is it qualified? I mean, I'm just... It causes some concern. The overlooking issue has been dealt with. I think the hedge, I lament the suggestion that there's a hedgerow going to be put into a landscape that is almost entirely walled. And John, can you give us a guess as to how long that hedge boundary is?
Along the boundary to
the west.
South, and then, the west.
The west.
That's on, isn't it? Yeah. And then the south, it's 130 metres in total.
But that particular...
this part will be approximately about, I think it's about 85 or so.
Right, because we were quoted on site yesterday by a representative from the Community Land Trust that it had been suggested that it was going to cost £100,000 to put a stone wall in there. Now, I interviewed stone wallers only a matter of 12, 15 months ago, and the average price of walling was £60 a metre. And at less than 100 metres, that's less than £60,000. I mean, if cost is being used as an excuse for putting a hedgerow, I think we at least need to understand what the actual costs are, rather than a figure which I think is a bit over the top. I'll leave that with it. But it does, I think, for me, pick up the issue about creeping development that was raised by one of the objectors. And, is it the hedgerow there because there's an intention? I know we can only look at the application that's before us, but in terms of infill, there's an awfully attractive piece of land further up the slope that we can't be mindful of, but nevertheless it's in the back of one's mind. The final point I would make, Chair, I think, is in the course of our looking at the development of the local plan, in terms of use of land, we've been looking at issues about as required, I think, maximising the use of land for development. And we've been looking at an average figure of 25 dwellings per hectare, I think. How it seems to me, whilst on the one hand I would laud the provision of green space and allotments and the rest of it, is this actually the most efficient use of this area of land in providing undoubtedly needed affordable dwellings, but is this the most appropriate way of providing them, the most efficient use of land? Thank you, Chair.
Does anybody want to answer that last question? Because I want to carry on part of the theme.
I think on that, the report does make clear that we regard the open space at the centre as a positive feature. I appreciate the points Ken just made. Now, if we're looking at a different layout, maybe an increased number of homes on this site, the overbearing, overlooking impacts would become more stark. In that open space, if you ended up putting more dwellings in there, more car parking spaces, one, arguably the visual impact becomes more intensified in terms of wider views, and two, you're reducing the separation distances between the converted barns, Hannah Bowman Way, and then is the scheme actually deliverable if we go to 12, 14 homes? So I think the open space serves a function both visually and also providing that amenity and that separation distance. The scheme is imperfect. Yeah, the design details, some of the properties a little bit wider than maybe the design guide will promote. But overall, and yes, okay, the notice about the stone wall. I would remind, obviously, the fact that this is an affordable housing scheme. There are compromises to ensure we deliver and meet that need that's been identified, and that is the overriding policy principle in officer's consideration, hence why it's been recommended for approval. But there are obviously some harms which have been noted by members.
Okay, Brian wants to come in, then I'm going to come in myself.
Just a couple of observations for myself as well. In development plan terms, we obviously don't have a housing target. We don't allocate sites, and so the delivery of these sites are described as an exception. They're an exception to that target, specifically for this kind of need. But that brings with it a kind of conundrum, doesn't it, about how you have to look at these exceptional releases of land piece by piece. And the only way that the development plan really tries to deal with that is to encourage capacity work by the communities, preferably through a neighbourhood plan, because that is the key way that villages can be looked at in their entirety, and to actually look at these kind of strategic spaces within a village. What would the village feel about the whole of that space? There isn't a plan for that, so we're dealing with a planning application in front of us and actually trying to build in all of these particular aims around biodiversity and access and things as a case by case. I would just put that back to the community in terms of its wider, longer term aspiration. There are better ways of looking at the release of land and planning, potentially for green space and edge treatment and all of those things in a more strategic way. So that's one point. The other one is that I should just say that in a National Park Management Plan context, we've been working quite closely with rural housing providers, the District Council and communities over the last several years to really get underneath the problem of delivering affordable housing schemes, because it is very hard. The viabilities are difficult, the costs are difficult, the design elements all come together. So I think we are aware of these cost issues in trying to make a scheme like this work. £60,000 probably does make an impact to the delivery of this scheme. We're told it could be more than that. So I think we just do need to be aware of these wider context in the delivery of affordable housing schemes, and we are trying to be positive about their delivery in the right places for the right need. But it's, you know, that there are other issues at play in terms of making them viable. Thank you.
I do think some of the issues raised are very valid, though. I mean, this is an area which looks as though, I understand the point that's been made by one of the speakers, as if it's going to go further in housing development, and it's sort of being planned very piecemeal at the moment. I must confess, I think the use of the open space in this is a clever device to, it may reduce the density, but it's a clever device to make the development more acceptable to neighbouring properties, which I think is important, and actually totally in conformity with what one would hope to see in a village. You know, I think the idea that all new development is going to be at 25 or whatever it is to the square yard would be wrong, because it has to be village by village, site by site to make the right decision. I think there are difficulties in there. And I suspect we can't answer the question, can we, as to what would happen if an application came across on the next door site. There would be limitations, presumably, on access. I don't know. I mean, would there? I mean, would there be other problems? Or, you know, there's a serious concern there, and I don't know what the probability is of that, but it's a difficulty. Can I just pick up one or two small things from this? As you know, I'm manic about bins, and the houses that you first come across is on the west side of the site all have their bin collection in the front garden. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And when we discussed this before the meeting, you said that there was something that could be done to ensure that those are not intrusive and so on. What's that about?
Well, just 2 points. As originally proposed, these plots 1 to 5 were going to be open. So, during the course of the application, the applicants agreed to put low boundary walling along here, which will have serve a screening purpose in its own right. In addition, one of the conditions recommended is about details about bin storage. So, obviously there are ways in which you can design bin stores within a one garden space to again provide that screening that is in keeping. Clearly bin storage needs to be provided. We don't want them to be out on the road if possibly can be avoided, but those small spaces would allow hopefully something that can be provided where the buns can be stored away and not be out 7 days a week. And again, so the properties to the rear, they're proposed to be in the rear gardens. With the collection points here, we think...
The problem with those in the rear gardens is that it's a jolly long way to pull your bin. And as we know in other developments, they end up in the front garden.
I appreciate that, but if you look like, say, plot 9, if you come out your front door, the distance from the front of plot 9 to the collection points and the distance between the rear plot 9 and the collection points, no more. Normally people leave bins out to the front because it's far more convenient. I would argue for those, it's no more convenient. And again, if we have the detailing provided as part of the condition, hopefully we can mitigate any those minor visual harms that can arise.
The other question I have is, one of the slides you've shown us is the biodiversity enhancements. And you've got things like hedgehogs runs and hedgehogs houses, insect habitat zones and so on and so forth. And I appreciate the intent at the moment to install all of those things. I'm wondering how in the long term those are sustainable. Because they all sound to me rather quite fragile things, which over time we'll lose sight of.
Well, in terms of delivering biodiversity net gain, a couple of the conditions imposed that will be added.
Well, that requires them to be implemented. It doesn't require them to be retained.
There's a management plan that's proposed, and we would require details of how they will be maintained going forwards.
Okay.
This would be managed by one provider as well. It wouldn't be 9 individual, like an open market scheme. So hopefully with having one registered provider managing the site, we'd have one point of contact to keep this maintained in the longer term.
Well, we'll see. Right, I haven't got any proposal or anything before me at the moment. Is anybody wishing? Right, Ken?
Bearing in mind what all I've said, I'm quite happy to move the recommendation, Chair.
Is that seconded? Okay. Any proposals for amendments or anything? All those in favour? That's moved. That's carried. Thank you very much. We can now move on to the next item, can't we? Thank you very much, those who've come for that item.
Okay, so next.
Let me get to the page first. Right, agenda item 7. And have we got Mr. Crooks with us? Yeah, thank you. Right, ready when you are.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got items 7 and 8. I'll present them together. Application for listed building consent and planning permission. So the application seeks permission and listed building consent for a new greenhouse, solar panels, air source heat pump, new outbuildings and alterations to existing garage, as well as other minor alterations, internal and external, at Church Farm, Parwich.
I should say we're dealing with both applications, both the planning application and the listed building application together. Sorry, John.
So the application has been referred to committee as the Parish Council support the developments contrary to officer recommendation of refusal. So slide 1. We can see the location plan marked in red here. At this, so this to the north east side of Parwich. I'll actually go back to that. So the dwelling itself is a detached grade 2 listed building. Apologies, sited towards the western edge of Parwich and within the conservation area. So this slide shows the block plan. Public footpath runs to the rear. Yeah. The garage that serves the property here. The outbuildings that will be demolished as part of the scheme here. The hatched areas here, these actually are outbuildings belonging to the neighbouring property to the east. So if we move on to the proposed block plan, so I just identified the major external changes proposed. So you can see the greenhouse / glass house projecting to the sides here. Dotted is where the existing outbuildings are, which will be removed. To the rear, the tool shed and oil tank store, air source heat pump adjacent. And again, there's the footpath just to orientate yourselves. These are the existing elevations. So the front elevation here, and then projecting is the 19th century single story extension. You can see it has a valley roof, the property within which the solar panels will be sited. And also note the 2 existing roof lights, which will be removed and replaced with 4 smaller roof lights, which we'll see in future slides. So here's the proposed elevations. So there are the 4 roof lights there. This is the rear elevation. So we'll just go through some of the details. These 2 ground floor rear windows to be replaced. This will be the rear of the side extension. We're effectively stood here from the public footpath looking at the back of the property here. An additional roof light added to the extension. Chimney pot added to the 19th century extension. To the side elevation you can see the glazing of the glass house, and then you can also see the side of the tool shed / oil store. Let's make sure I cover things. I'll move on to the existing floor plans. For later discussion, the primary issue or matter to highlight here is our ground floor level. You have currently at this open area here, and then it passes through to a small utility room. You can see the historic sink and then low thralls, sort of low shelving units that were common with historic farmhouses in the area. So as we'll see, these will be removed. This wall will be removed, and then we'll end up having a partition wall sent across here. So this makes that a bit more clear. So you can see the partition wall at this point. This will become a kitchen in the extension. And then you see the glass house here with the thralls relocated and the sink relocated here. And then these are first floor and second floor plans. Limited changes. Major change to note would be the bedroom 3, which if you go back to the this first floor plan here, just note that there, it's one single bedroom. Come forward, that will be subdivided. This part of the building is a later addition, not particularly contributing to its significance internally, so conservation recommends it did not raise any objection to that change. And then in terms of the plans, this is the final plan to show you. This is the garage. So at the moment there's no, it has open frontage, so you'd have doors put on, a mezzanine level provided, and internally the roof will be re-roofed. Move on to photographs. So this is the highway, and then you've got the 19th century extension, and then the main farmhouse, the 18th century farmhouse there. Then this is to the rear. This space here, it's a bit difficult with the light, but that is the access to the rear of the property. And then to the left of the public footpath sign is indeed the access to the public footpath going along the rear of the property. So the public footpath comes along this raised bank, and then you look directly at the rear of the property. And you've got the stone wall here, which will be removed. And roughly here up to the edge of the public footpath is where the tool shed also will go. And then this additional photo you can see along the side of the property, so you can just see the top of the outbuilding to be removed. And this is where the the glass house will be built. So outbuilding here, this was taken when the corrugated roof was still there. And this is another photograph, again, not great lighting, but that is the side of the house. So the house on the left, outbuilding to be removed here, and the glass house would be built here. A few photos of the interior, specifically the points I'd focus on the proposed partition wall. That takes up a lot of the officer's report. So at the moment you can see the utility. This wall will be removed. You can see the historic sink here, and then the thralls coming along here. The new partition wall would be approximately located around where the cursor is and coming across here. Now, this photograph, not particularly clear, but you can see a timber beam running across, just about. Conservation Office considers that is evidence that opening is historic and will be contemporary with the time the extension was added in 1870. And then the final photograph, this again for wider context, shows the garage open at the moment, and that's the state of the interior of the roof. So I'll just summarise again the officer's assessments. Back to the elevations. Yeah. So to start with the glass house, officers consider this is in part reminiscent of as a conservatory. Would not be a feature one would expect to see added to a typical historic farmhouse such as this. The construction of it would be considered a visually intrusive element, harming the architectural interest of the listed building. This will be made more prominent, as will be clearly seen from the adjacent public right-of-way, as seen on the photographs. The tool shed, oil tank and a source heat pump, all of which would also be visible from the public right-of-way, will be set within a very tight space. And as for merely functional elements, they would have undue prominence and are considered to represent a visual clutter, which would undermine the setting of the listed building. Moving to the interior, it should be emphasised that the thralls and the sink, as pointed out, are increasingly rare features in Peak District farmhouses and are illustrative of their former use. Relocating them to the glass house would remove evidence of how the building historically functioned. And finally, the proposed new internal wall between the original dwelling and the later extension would disrupt what is now an established part of the plan form of the listed building. With that timber beam, that existing opening would be considered to be historic and likely contemporary with the extension. The insertion of the partition wall would therefore undermine the historic layout as it's grown and would harm the building's significance. The public benefits, of which there are some, though limited, we consider would not outweigh these harms, and so the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, we have one speaker, Mr. Crooks. Yes, you press the button. Right, excellent. And you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reading this on behalf of Mr. Peter Truitt, the applicant, who has lived in Parwich for some 30 years, was a founding member of the Parwich Historical Society and continues as its honorary president. Conserving the village's heritage is of the utmost importance to him. Throughout the preparation of the scheme before you, we've taken great care to understand the historic value in the building and its historical development in order that it might be safeguarded and enhanced. Our key aim is to reinstate and protect the historic structure, restore a coherent plan form, and improve the building's long-term sustainability and functionality. Mr. Truitt has already undertaken significant work to safeguard the historic building, including conservation repairs and comprehensive research into its history. He, more than any, has no desire to see the building's heritage eroded through inappropriate alteration, but recognises that change is needed to maintain the building as a sustainable and viable home in the 21st century, while also remedying ongoing fabric issues. We're concerned that in determining the project, the net enhancement has not been properly considered holistically, with certain aspects of less than substantial harm given undue weight and considered in isolation, and the numerous wider proposed enhancements undervalued. To address those particular areas of contention, firstly, the beam over the 19th century opening between the Victorian extension and the main house is structurally compromised due to decay and very many service penetrations, as you saw, resulting in subsidence above and the need for it to be held up by a modern steel beam. The proposed reinstatement of the wall in this opening to its original Georgian thickness would properly support the upper structure, allow concealing plumbing, mitigating the external soil stack, and reinstate the historic floor plan. Secondly, the stone thralls and salting trough beneath that archway take up 25 feet of wall space. They now stand on modern concrete, have modern plaster behind them, and abut a breeze block wall at one end, so it is likely that their current configuration dates to the 70s or 80s remodelling, but they reduce the room to an impractical corridor. Given the evidence to suggest that this is not their original location, affording them apparent sanctity here seems an unnecessary constraint on the viable use of this room. The proposed shed is much smaller in footprint than the proposed removed sheds, discreetly positioned against a retaining wall to minimise its massing, and affords a subtle location for the oil tank to serve the existing heating system while providing future provision for an air source heat pump. As for the proposed greenhouse, while not strictly a Georgian feature, they are still commonplace on Georgian properties across the national park and in the village, with several recently approved and some attached to listed buildings. The proposed greenhouse is discreet and functional and an enhancement to the east end of the property and site. It is well set back from the front wall of the house, obscuring it from the principal views of the building, and the proposed solid rear wall obscures most of the glazed structure. It replaces the inappropriate 20th century sheds and attached projection on that end. Removal of these, coupled with the structure's transparency, restores the clear legibility of that twin gable. In conclusion, these items, plus the wider scheme of enhancements, repairs and conservation, seek to reinstate the legibility of the original Georgian house, remedy structural and damp problems, and enhance the building's sustainability and long-term preservation, making it suitable for a 21st century use. We respectfully ask the committee to consider the application as a coherent whole and to recognise the substantial heritage and environmental benefits it delivers to Church Farm. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I did say at the beginning of the meeting that I would explain the interest that I declared at the beginning. I did receive a letter from Mr. Truitt because he was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to get this application to the committee. And I explained to him the procedure. We didn't discuss the merit of the application and we didn't discuss its content. But collectively, of course, we all had a site visit a month ago, so some of us have seen it and some of us haven't. If I've understood this report correctly, there are three quite distinct features of this application which can each be considered quite separately, and I think it would be difficult to wind them all up into one. The first one is the question of the internal alterations, the position of the thrall. I don't remember the sink or what the sink is or what it looks like actually from the site visit. I don't remember that at all, but that is issue number one, which is quite distinct, well, mostly distinct as I see it, from issue number two, which is the greenhouse conservatory, whatever it is, extension, which is quite distinct again from issue number three, which is the structure in the backyard, garden, call it what you will. And I think we need to keep those three things separately. I presume that we would be able to approve some of those and refuse others if we wanted to. It's not all or nothing, is it?
Usually it's chair, it's an application.
There are elements which are discrete from each other, so potentially it can be. We don't actually have the powers to issue a split decision.
Don't we?
No.
That's what we did.
Planning inspectors do, but we don't.
Right, okay.
So we do have to consider that as a whole. I mean, the only other option would be to omit things by condition, but whether that would be reasonable, I think we'd have to get the applicant's input on that.
Okay. Well, we'll have to work our way through that. Right, members, can we start off with looking at the reinstatement of the internal wall? We've got the photographs of what it looks like at the moment, and it's held up by a metal beam. And we're being told that shouldn't happen. That is a wall that would occur on the site of the original wall of the original house before the extension was built. And we're being told that that should not occur because of the thrall and the sink that's in the extent. No, it's in the original. It's in the extension, isn't it? And we're now told by the agent that it's standing on modern concrete and may not have been there originally. I don't know how we adjudicate on that.
There was some back and forth between the case officer and the applicants. It was put to the conservation officer, and he considered there was insufficient evidence to say that this was not contemporary with that. It's not been there for an extended period of time. So the view was that there was no evidence to substantiate the view that that's only been there since the 70s and 80s. Clearly, there's a disagreement on that. I couldn't really comment any further on the technical detail.
But the difficulty for us, isn't it, is we can't prove a negative. We may not be able to prove that it was there then, but we can't prove that it wasn't there then, and vice versa. And we have to make a judgment on that. The difficulty I'm having with this particular issue, well, I've actually got two or three issues with it, but the first one is that I cannot see that there's any harm in itself in reinstating the original wall of the original dwelling house. That seems to me to be a perfectly sound thing to do. The second point I would make is that the reason for doing that is to make a sensible kitchen. And it's very obvious from the plan that there would be a very sensible kitchen left over at the moment in a space which is underused and which has a shower room in it and various other things which are also not very historical. And if you go to the other end of the house and look at the existing kitchen, it's clearly, those modern units and things are clearly very uncomfortable in the existing kitchen. So there's an advantage, it seems to me, of moving the kitchen from one place to another, not just to provide a comfortable living space, but actually to release the space in the, I think it's going to be called the snug in the future, in order to create a workable space. It's what the agent said to us when he introduced it. He talked about modern stability, I think he said, or something of that sort, about making it a place that can be used in today's climate. And if there's no solid evidence about when this thrall started, where this thrall started life, where it is now, whether it can be moved or not, I don't see how you can say that you can stop everything else simply on that uncertain information. Now, I think we were told on site, and Mr. Crooks, you could perhaps come up and just help us, but I think we were told on site that there was a proposal to move that thrall to another spot. Is that correct?
Yes, the proposal is to move it to the greenhouse so that it remains visible and attached to the dwelling.
It would still be on site?
Yes, the same with all the thralls.
Right, and can somebody help me with this sink? What does it look like? What is it?
Chair, it was behind you when John brought the picture up. Yes. Yeah, and it's got plants on top of it, and that may have
Oh, I thought that was the
distracted
thrall.
you. I thought that was the sink, because it dips.
It's a salty trough. Yeah.
That's the thrall. There's a sink referred to, a 20th century sink referred to in the report.
Oh, not that, no.
No, I don't know what that is then. Well, I can't
Sorry,
see
may I
what-
clarify on that? Would it help if I clarified just on that?
Perhaps you could, yes.
So what you can see at the back with the plant on is a stone salting trough.
Is that what they call the thrall?
No, the thralls are what you see that are red just coming off down the side of them.
Oh, right, yes, okay.
That's a cushion on top of it rather than the stone itself. And they run all the way down that wall.
Yeah.
I can't see those. Yes, I only saw the sink in that case.
Yeah, the salting trough is also being referred to as a historic sink by the conservation officer. So just to clarify, that's what we're referring to there.
Yeah.
And when we step down, that's in the thrall, which then wraps around outer shot. So they're the two elements together.
So can I then be very clear? What is going to happen to each of those elements on this proposal?
Would you like me to clarify that as well? The whole lot will be relocated to the greenhouse, the thralls and the sink, so there won't be any loss of those from the building.
Right.
They are shown on the plan, Chair. You can just see on the outline of the floor plan. There's the thralls wrapping around, and the trough, historic sink, yeah.
Okay.
Within the greenhouse.
Right. Has anybody got any point? I'm going to divide this up. Has anybody got any points to make on rebuilding this wall, the sink and the thralls inside the house? Forget about the greenhouse and the other thing, just that issue for the moment. Ken?
Someone's got the microphone.
I've got mine on.
No, yeah, right, okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I independently was coming to the same kind of conclusion as you. I mean, the original wall has been removed, and I don't understand why there's a problem with re-establishing the wall. I mean, the very fact there's an RSJ, you know, the rolled steel joist holding up the upper part of the gable wall is indicative of that wall having been removed, quite apart from the fact it's pretty damned obvious that it was removed to give access to the 19th century, the Victorian extension. I'm at a loss as to why it's a problem reinstating the wall, frankly, Chair.
I don't want to let you say any more than that. Let's just leave that there. Any other members wish to comment on this particular feature of it? Right, can we move on to the greenhouse? Now, from the report, and I'd like to make this absolutely clear, that the report criticises the design of the greenhouse, and it also criticises the fact that it is proposed. It says you can't have the greenhouse because this is an 18th century farmhouse. Then it goes on to say that the design is also undesirable. We tried to clarify this before the meeting. There's nothing inherently wrong with the design of the greenhouse, it just shouldn't be there, is what I understand to be the argument.
I'll try to clarify to say an extension on our elevation could be potentially supported. But this design, this extension, which fundamental to it is a greenhouse, is a glazed extension. That design is not deemed to be historic for buildings such as this. I don't think there's any difference between the principle and the design. They are one and the same thing. They are proposing a glasshouse greenhouse to this elevation. We do not consider that to be respectful of the character of this building.
Well, can I just put it in theory another way around? If they were to detach the greenhouse from the house by a couple of feet, would it then become acceptable in principle?
Well, at that point, we're looking at a very small constrained space in addition to the tool shed.
No, I'm trying to I'm trying to establish the principle. I'm having difficulty with the whole concept of this. Actually, I do remember that in August we went up to a house just up the road from here called Knob Hall, was it? And there was a greenhouse in the garden, and that was a grade 2 listed former farmhouse and creamery and various other things. And the only issue about the greenhouse at the time seemed to be whether there were going to be one or two of them, and we established it was only going to be one. But nobody was complaining about the fact that there was a greenhouse there. And I'm trying to work out why this is such a matter of principle. Added to which, we've seen the photographs, and they're very clear, the photographs. The existing tool sheds and things are going to go because they need to go to accommodate this greenhouse. They're very ugly. They're made out of Davy blocks. And the report doesn't sort of weigh up the balance between whatever is perceived to be a disadvantage of the greenhouse versus the advantages of changing the structure of the site, getting rid of those ugly tool sheds and creating something that's going to be useful. Anyway, any members got any thoughts on this? No? Mike? Ginny, then Mike.
Yes, it is. To me, this is an enhancement, getting rid of all those ugly outer houses. And I respect the fact that we are here to protect. That is our job, to protect, but we have to be doing this realistically, and we have to take into account that these buildings, these beautiful old historic buildings, have evolved over the centuries, and people have made changes to accommodate their living. And to me, what is being proposed is actually just the next step on, taking into account that we need to be mindful of natural light coming in, we need to be mindful of energy use. So I don't have a problem with what's being proposed.
Okay, any other members wish to talk about greenhouses? In that case,
Briefly,
can we...
Chair.
Sorry?
Briefly, Chair.
Briefly? Yeah. Oh, you can talk as long as you like.
Be careful what you wish for, Chair. This is now a farmhouse slap bang in the middle of a village with lots of buildings all around it. I dare say when it was originally built, there weren't so many buildings around it, and there were a lot more fields nearby. So I do think that does change the nature of the building. The greenhouse doesn't... I can understand how it can obscure the structure that you see before you, but the structure remains, and the building can still be read as a farmhouse that was built in the 18th or 17th century. I don't know the exact date. But personally, I don't share the more aesthetic understanding of having a building, a greenhouse building, right next to the farmhouse, because it can still be read as a farmhouse. It's just that there's a part of the wall that you won't see now.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got anything on the greenhouse? In that case, I'm going to move on to the building at the back. I know somebody will be asking this, so I'm going to ask you now first. Why do you need a shed for both an oil tank and an air heat source pump?
It's primarily because the existing heating system, as it stands, relies on oil, and in the immediate term, there wouldn't be an intent to sort of rip all that out and change it all. The boiler's located in that little square box projection you see, and that, well, you might be able to see behind the tree there, on the gable that's actually in the picture there, just where the downpipe's coming down centrally, there's a box that comes out that holds the oil boiler. And so that's really as a sort of an immediate term, just transition to get the heating system working again and move the oil tank, and then progressively move across to a more sustainable heating system. So it's sort of covering both bases, I suppose. And also the oil tank enclosure would accommodate the plant that goes with an air source heat pump as well, rather than having to subdivide a cupboard off in the main building to house all of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Has anybody got any comments upon this structure? In that case, I'm going to move from the chair, seeing this sea of bewildered faces. I'm going to move that both of these applications be approved. So I'm going to deal with the first one first, the planning app, the application, I know what you're going to say. Sorry. Sorry. That's about what I was going to come on to. Yes.
Would it be possible to put in a condition about the oil tank, that it be removed once the air source heat pump is up and running?
Well, possibly. Let's hear what the suggested conditions are. Can I start off with the planning application, first of all, which is agenda item 7. What suggested conditions have you got?
Okay. So first condition would be the standard time limit, 3 years. Second condition would be carried out in accordance with approved plans. Third condition would all new stonework shall be natural limestone to match existing. Condition 4 would be full details of any repointing methodology, including mortar mix and finish, shall be submitted and approved. Condition 5, all new roof lights shall be conservation type. Condition 6, all pipework other than rainwater goods shall be internal within the building. Condition 7, prior to erection, details of the fixing and mounting of the solar panels shall be submitted and approved. Condition 8, prior to erection, full details of the joint work and fixing method of the glass house to the gable elevation of the dwelling shall be submitted and approved. 9, prior to the re-roofing of the garage, a methodology of the re-roof to include existing slates shall be submitted and approved. Condition 10 would be an archaeological watching brief as recommended by the archaeologist. And then ecology condition relating to the mitigation and enhanced measures identified in the submitted BAT survey report shall be followed and implemented. And then additional condition, all enhancements outlined in Appendix 4 of the... Sorry, I'm just repeating myself there. So yeah, just the condition about mitigation and enhancement measures identified in the BAT survey report to be followed and implemented. And then, submitted climate change mitigation measures shall be fully implemented before extensions and alterations are first brought into use. So, the conditions I've listed for the planning application. Don't know if members want to add any to those.
Would a condition in the terms that Mike Chaplin has just read out be acceptable or not?
The oil tank, if memory serves, is within the outbuilding.
Yes.
So in itself, the oil tank won't be visible. So how necessary it would be that it be removed on that basis. I imagine if it is no longer needed, the applicant would probably remove it themselves to get a bit more space. But I'm not sure in planning terms.
I think it would be a tricky condition, actually.
Well, my concern was that the applicant may want to keep it. I seem to remember discussion on the site visit last month that there were concerns that were the other system to fail, they would have it as backup.
Which is a serious consideration, of course, particularly in this part of the world where we get power cuts quite regularly. Right, okay. Well, those are the suggested conditions. I've moved that for this is the planning application. I've moved it for approval on that basis. You're not being asked to vote.
No. I wondered whether I could just Sorry, I wondered whether I could just raise 2 points on those conditions, if I may.
By all means.
Firstly, the one about the re-roofing of the garage. There's nothing in the proposals to re-roof the garage. It's to be retained as existing. So whether that condition is relevant, I don't know. Okay. The other one, just with the external stonework being limestone, I don't recall any note about dress stonework, which is generally grit stone. I don't know whether that needs any factoring in.
I'm sure that'll come out in the details. There's no problem with that. Right. Is anybody seconding this yet? Right, I've got somebody seconding it. And this is for the planning application. All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? 1. Right, the listed building application. Do you have any extra conditions apart from those that we need to know about?
Yeah, there will be an additional condition. We would want to see a methodology for the removal and reinstallation of the trough and the sink in the glass house. We want to see detail how that will be done.
I'm sure that would be acceptable, yes. Okay. Well, on that basis, I'm moving the listed building application. Seconded. All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Chair, request a comfort break.
I was about to raise that issue. We are actually, for once, absolutely on time. But I wonder whether, is 5 minutes enough? 5 minute break? So back at 1:45. starting? Yes.
Brian controls it.
Okay. Members, we're reconvening 5 minutes later than I'd hoped, but at 10 to 12. My apologies to members of the public who have attended. The next agenda item is agenda item 9, which is the conversion at Wash House, Gowledge Lane, Longner. John, you're going to speak on this for us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, planning permission is sought for a conversion of a disused building to a dwelling house at Gold Edge Lane, Longner. Before we go further, there is one update to report to members, which is that following further review by the authority's conservation officer, an extra condition has been recommended to be added to the list of conditions on page 3 and 4 of the committee report. The condition would require the applicant to record the building to level 2 of Historic England guidance, understanding historic buildings, prior to commencing works. So just that one additional condition to add. The application has been referred to committee as the authority has received 4 letters of objection, contrary to officer recommendation of approval. Okay, so slide 1. The building is located close to the village centre at the junction of Gold Edge Lane and Leek Road. So, Gold Edge Lane here, and then Leek Road, which passes through the centre along there, here. Immediately to the north of the building, on the opposite side of Gold Edge Lane, is a row of Grade 2 listed cottages. Yeah. So now block plan, bit of a closer view. To the east of the building is a unregistered parcel of land. And beneath this land is a 2-storey building, 2-room store building with doors facing out onto Leek Road. So here. The wash house itself is not a listed building, but it is a non-designated heritage asset within the Longner conservation area. The building is set over 3 floors. Due to the difference in land level, the building appears as 1.5 storey when viewed from the rear, which is from Gold Edge Lane. So you can see here, but 3 storeys when viewed from Leek Road, which is the front elevation. A structural report has been submitted, which evidences that the building is increasingly structurally unsound. Now, going to the proposed plans, the external changes to the building would be largely limited to repair and to stabilise the existing fabric. The roof will be replaced. To the rear, the first floor window will be obscured to prevent overlooking, given the proximity of those cottages referenced earlier. A handrail would be installed to allow access here, as shown on the plan. I'll briefly show the floor plans. The conversion will create a 1-bedroom property. Total floor area will be just below the 39 square metres expected by national space standards. But as the report makes clear, it should be noted that these standards have been adopted by the authority, and that with the conversion of an historic building such as this, the relatively small floor area would not outweigh the benefits of preserving and enhancing this building. Moreover, officers do consider that the living accommodation proposed will be sufficient to be habitable. So that's, yeah, so you got the lower ground floor plan on the left, ground floor plan on the right, and then the first floor plan with the staircase, the external staircase there, coming up to the living room. So moving on to the photos. At the core of the objections received are concerns relating to the loss of on-road car parking. The proposal will see the unregistered land, so this is this parcel here, set aside for 1 off-road car park space to serve the dwelling. To access this space would mean cars will no longer be able to park adjacent to it, which is obviously what you can see is happening in this photograph here. And another photo showing that. So we've got the building that we're discussing today here, the parcel lands here, the cottages here, and at the moment some cars are parked there adjacent to that space. I would point out that the Highways Authority have raised no objection and support the principle of a designated parking space to serve the dwelling. Now we can see the rear elevation, so the external staircase. You can see, due to the land level, how much smaller it appears from this point. And again, the rear with the two doorways as they are currently. So here we can see the parcel land again, and the former store building below, with those two doorways I mentioned. The building has been proposed to be used as a bin store to serve the building. So regarding ownership of the land, I would draw members' attention to the summary of this issue in the officer report, paragraphs 105 to 107. Ultimately, officers are satisfied, based on the information provided, that the correct notice was served, which ensures that the application is valid and can be determined. Land ownership is a separate matter to planning permission. The proposal, this proposal does include that land and store building, and the scheme has been assessed on that basis. If the applicant is unable to confirm ownership of the land, then this may have implications regarding the implementation of any grant of permission. However, this is a legal matter on which the authority cannot adjudicate and does not prejudice the determination of the planning application. So to conclude, the building is a non-designated heritage asset, and the proposals would serve to conserve and enhance the appearance of the building, which, as you can see, is in a poor state and is in a prominent location. And the conservation and enhancements will be brought forward by facilitating its effective reuse, and would also help the appearance of the Longner conservation area. Subject to conditions to secure its appearance and to address highway-related matters, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think Mr. Holland is here, but does he want to speak? Is Mr. Holland here? No, you don't. Okay. Can I just be absolutely clear about this ownership of the car parking area? Are you saying that if somebody successfully challenges its ownership and says that it belongs to somebody else, that the planning permission cannot be implemented? Is that what we're being told?
Well, there's two matters on that. First of all... Sorry, there's two matters. There is a condition that states the parking space has to be provided before occupation. So that, obviously that condition could not be discharged, at which point we could consider a Section 73 to remove that condition. We would have to make an assessment on whether the scheme could go forwards without that parking space being provided. The other matter, sorry, Adam. So yeah, I would stand by what I've just said, and ultimately we have a condition that requires that parking space to be provided. If it transpires that can't be delivered, they would have to apply to say, well, we can't discharge this condition. We would ask this condition to be removed. We would have to make an assessment whether that would be so significant a change to prevent this application then being approved as part of a later Section 73 application.
Because later on the agenda, we're being asked to approve a house with no car parking. I'm trying to reconcile those two. What worries me about this is if they think they own this piece of land and they do all the alterations and think they're doing okay, and then somebody successfully challenges it, what happens then? Are they supposed to undo it all? Or
There's two matters. There's one in terms of planning control and what we can enforce as a planning authority. Then obviously there'll be private legal matters between potential people who have a conflict over who owns the land. I mean, my view as a planning officer would be that this development would be acceptable without its own parking space.
That was my thought. That's exactly my point. So in those circumstances, are we happy with these conditions? What does it say about car?
Could we just have the two additional ones repeated, please, that you stated at the beginning?
Oh, sorry. There was just one additional condition to do with stock building recording, just to ensure that the interior of the building, any historical details are recorded for posterity, effectively.
Am I right? There's no condition requiring the car parking space.
Yeah, there is a condition about car parking provision, but my view is that wording of the condition should be that the details of the car park, the details of the car park to be agreed, but no actual requirement for it to happen, if that makes sense.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've lost it on here. Where
it was 15, yeah.
Which one? 15. Right. So on that basis is what you're suggesting. Okay, I understand that. Has any member got any comments on this? Lee, and then Mike.
Just for clarity, so if we create a off-street parking, we would lose the on-street parking. Is that what?
That I think is the concern of some of the neighbours.
Is that correct?
There are two concerns. One of them is that, and the other one is that somebody also claims ownership of part of the parking space.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I've then got Mike and then Ken Richardson.
Yeah, just on the internal height, because the rooms are quite low. I just wondered just how low they are from point of view of inhabiting the building.
I wouldn't be living in it.
That I can believe.
Yeah, so national space standards not only refer to the floor area, but also refers to heights. And the expectation is that you would have heights, I think it's 2.3 metres and above. In this case, some parts of the building will not achieve that. So if you're looking at national space standards, those areas would actually be, in terms of the overall calculation of the floor area, that would be removed, would not effectively count towards that. But as I say, the national space standards are not adopted by the authority. We still consider those areas usable, though not maybe optimal. And given the constraints of the building, given the state it's in, on balance, we believe that it is, worthy of support. Yeah.
I just wondered if you actually knew what the height, except that they don't meet national space standards, but is it less than 2 metres, less than 1.8, or?
You see the sectional drawing, the more than 1.8. The more than 1.8, I couldn't say exactly how high the lower ground and ground floor are. I think maybe approximately 2 metres, and obviously the first floor is significantly higher than that with the pitch of the roof. Right. So I'll just highlight the section drawing if you can't see.
I've got Ken Richardson next.
Yeah, it's just to expand on the parking. We being in a village, it's not necessary to have its own parking space.
No,
and on that picture you put up, them two cars can park up in front of their own houses instead of somebody else's.
I think that's the point that Adam was making. Yeah. Okay. Ken?
Yeah, just a positive comment, Chair. I think this is a building in the conservation area that has been ruinous for quite a long while. I think this is a really useful way of conserving the building, bringing it back into use and ensuring its future maintenance, and subject to the additional condition that John has outlined. I'm happy to move the recommendation, Chair.
Can I ask you to put into that the wording on the car parking the way Adam has just described it?
You can indeed, Chair.
Yes, Chair. That's okay. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Chair.
Okay. Has anybody else got any comments to make on this application? All those in favour of approving it? Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Right. We're only 5 minutes late. We've done very well with that. And have we got Will here? The next application is 35 motorhome pictures at Holmesfield, Millbridge, Castleton. I'm just waiting for the case officer to come and join us. Ken.
Chair, could I just, I realise that one of the objectors is known to me, but I haven't discussed this application with them, so just registering that as a non-prejudicial interest.
Okay, thank you. It is noted. When you are, yes.
Great. All right. Good morning. So this is a full planning application for the creation of 35 motorhome pitches at Holmesfield Farm, Millbridge, Castleton. There we go. So just a quick update to the committee before I start. We have received a revised landscape visual assessment and landscaping strategy. We received that yesterday, so we've not had any chance to consult on it or review it in depth. However, the revised landscaping strategy has been included in the presentation. Also, since the report was on the agenda, we have received an updated response from the Environment Agency, which have removed their objection subject to conditions. However, we do still have some concerns about the way the development complies with national guidance and policy, and that will be discussed later. And the applicant has confirmed that the holding is still in agricultural use, and therefore the development would contribute towards farm diversification. That wasn't covered in the report, but I'd just like to know that now. Okay, so the application site is Holmesfield Farm, which is located between Holliford Road and the A6187 to north of Castleton. Its access is from the A6187 to the north of Millbridge, which is the Hope Road. That's to the right of the site there. And it's just on the bend before entering into Castleton from the Hope side. So the closest properties are approximately 70 metres away to the southwest. That's on Trickett Close. However, the majority of properties are located between 100 and 150 metres away to the south along Howe Lane. So the site is outside the Castleton Conservation Area, but is within its immediate setting, with its closest boundary being about 20 metres away. The majority of that red line site is in flood zone 1. However, the access to the right there is in flood zone 3B, which is classed as the functional floodplain. Now, there has been a lot of interest in this application, receiving over 200 representations. Approximately 150 are in support of the application and about 50 are objecting. The reasons for the objections are outlined in the report, but the reasons for support and objections are outlined in the report. The reasons for support primarily relating to increased visitor accommodation in the area and the economic benefits to Castleton, and the objections primarily relate to access, visual impact, concerns over loss of privacy, and the ability for the infrastructure of the village to cope with the size of the site. Okay. So the key issues we'll be looking at is the principle of the development, the impact of the site and development on the landscape and conservation area, the highway safety, flood risk, residential amenity, and then we'll be looking at the wider planning balance as well. Okay, so here we have the east of the site, which is where the access meets the Hope Road, which will be the primary access for the proposed development. You can see here that the gate posts have been set back about 10 metres. That is currently unauthorised, and this application is seeking retrospective planning permission to regularise that. Beforehand, the gates were flush on the roadside, and I say they're about 10 metres back now. While I'm on the slide, it's a good opportunity to talk about the highway concerns raised. So we have received a response from the Highway Authority, and they requested additional information. So they requested additional information on requested a scale plan showing the dimensions of the access, width, radii and setback, a swept path analysis for larger vehicles, visibility displays based upon the legal speed limit or an up-to-date speed survey, details of internal layout, anticipated trip generation. Now, we have not received any new information since they received the Highway Authority comments. I asked the Highway Officer what we should do in absence of this information, and they confirmed that they cannot confirm that the access is safe for its intended use. So therefore, that's formed an objection. And while we're here as well, it's a good opportunity to talk about the flood risk. So it's this area of the site here, which is in flood zone 3B, which is classed as a functional floodplain. Now, under national guidance and planning policy, development is meant to take a sequential approach to development in flood risk, which is essentially directing development away from areas of flood risk. They're required to submit a document called a sequential assessment and potentially an exceptions test. The application has not been supported by that. And it's worth noting that in the planning practice guidance, it advises that the more vulnerable use of a camper van site is incompatible with flood zone 3B. However, the EA have removed their objection, but in absence of the other compliance with the sequential approach and the exceptions test, we still feel that the application is in conflict with national policy and guidance. Okay. So here's the actual proposal itself. So it includes the retention of 6 hard standing bays to the north left of the site there. And they will be all year weather pitches. And then slightly to the east there, you can see the northern strip, which is proposed for use all year round for between 10 and 15 pitches. The southern pitch would be used seasonally between April to October inclusive and will provide approximately 12 to 20 pitches. Therefore, there will be 20 all-year pitches and 41, a maximum of 41 pitches between April and October. Now, moving on to the policy, policy RT3 does permit caravan camping sites. They specify small, and small within the policy guidance is between 20 and 30, so this is slightly larger than that. However, the acceptability of all these things is contingent on the impact on valued characteristics of the national park. So we'll primarily be looking at the impact of the development on the conservation area and the landscape character. Okay, so here we have the original landscaping strategy submitted with the application. If you look along the southern boundary there, you can see the red hashed lines. That's the existing trees, which are quite large and mature. However, it's worth noting that they are ash trees. So the ongoing, well, how long they're going to be there is in question. But you can also see additional planting to the north and to the south, and that's comprised of shrub planting and tree planting of mixed heights and species. It would include mixes of standard and heavy standard trees, so they would be some size when first going in. And here's the revised one, which proposes additional planting, and it shows a fence which would go around the southern boundary, which would protect the trees from any compression on their roots. Okay. So I'll just go through the site itself. So this here is from the agricultural building to the west of the site, looking east. Towards the end there, that's where the all year round weather pitches would be. To the north, or the left hand on there. And then to the right, or the south, that's where the seasonal pitches would be, with the large ash trees. And here's where the northern strip would be. You can see it's currently bound by dry stone walls, and you can see the elevated land surrounding it. And again, here's the southern strip. And this is looking almost northeast. So you can see the raised land, and that's the northern strip. And that's another picture there. You can see Winners Pass and the raised land to the west there. And that's another one of the southern strip. Southern strip again. And here we go. These are some photographs from the land surrounding the site. So this one is taken from the old road, which is to the west of the site. I'm not sure if you can see very clearly, but you can make out the northern boundary wall there, where the red arrow is. So that's where the row of seasonal, that's where the all year round pictures would be. And this is a photograph taken from Google Street View from Peveril Castle. So we're kind of looking north here. And you can see the, I'm not sure if you can make it out here, but that's the agricultural building in connection with Holmesfield Farm. So the strip would be to the right of that. And you can see the screening afforded by the ash trees at the moment. And here's one from their submitted LVIA. This is done in February, and you can see the ash trees themselves aren't in leaf, and you can see the extent of the site there. And this is a slightly further away shot from Mount Tor. Again, this would constitute a relatively small view in this point. However, the site is still visible from this location. Okay. So to conclude on the visibility on the landscape and the cultural heritage of the area, we feel that even with proposed landscaping, the proposal would be a visible and conspicuous feature when viewed from elevated land surrounding the site, in particular the land to the west and to the south, namely Peveril Castle. The siting of remote homes would be incongruous with white colours, which are not typically seen in these areas. It would contrast with the prevailing form and material palette and colour of the area. They'd be stark and highly visible, which would be lessened over time, but nevertheless, we consider the siting to be harmful to the setting of the Castleton Conservation Area and Peveril Castle. Now, in weighing up this harm, we acknowledge this to be less than substantial, and therefore we need to weigh that harm against the public benefits. Now, we are aware that there are public benefits from increased public enjoyment of the area through increased accommodation, and the economic positive to Castleton businesses through increased accommodation, but also that accommodation spanning over the winter months. However, we feel that this does not outweigh the harm to the conservation area nor to the landscape character. We still have extant concerns surrounding flood risk and highway concerns. However, it should be noted that given the separation distances, we do not feel there is harm to residential amenity. The proposal would contribute towards a 17.323% to on-site net gains to biodiversity, which is in excess of statutory 10%. We have not identified any other harm to ecology or protected species on the site, and therefore, for the reasons recommended in the report, we are recommending this application for refusal. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We've got 4 speakers on this application. The first one is Kate Stanyon. No, would you like to come forward? There's a chair here with a microphone in front of it. This one, thank you very much. And when you're settled, there's a red button on the front there. If you press that on, a light comes behind. Yes. There you are. Right. And when you're ready, we'll look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Apologise if this is faltering. I'm not used to speaking to large groups of people. My name's Kate Stanyon. I live in Castleton. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mr Eyre for preparing such a detailed report on the planning application, including the many Peak Park policies which this application contravenes, and to say that I fully support his recommendation for refusal. As a resident of Castleton, I value and appreciate the stunning environment in which I live, and I'm keen to see it conserved for the future generations of residents and visitors alike. If you choose to live in Castleton, you choose to share your home village with thousands of visitors a year who come to enjoy the iconic landscape. So a development such as proposed would change the landscape character forever to the detriment of residents, visitors and wildlife. The proposed site has been running as a motorhome site under the 60-day rule since 2023, so many of us have already had first-hand experience of what this would look like when filled with rows of predominantly large white vans, and the road safety issues for the proposed access at the junction with the main road, the A61187. It's plain to see that the proposed planting screening, especially to the north, would be not totally screen this site all year round. It would remain visible from viewpoints in the valley and onto the hills. Granting application for planning permission for this site would set a precedent for future applications, thus eroding this valuable pastoral and agricultural landscape, which is fundamental to this area's natural beauty. Reading the online representations of support, it seems to me that many of them have come from people outside the area who are keen to use a motorhome site such as proposed, but this doesn't mean that it should go ahead in such a prominent geographical position within the landscape of Castleton. The Development Plan Policy, DMR1, says that developments such as this will not be permitted unless its scale, location, access, landscape setting and impact in neighbouring uses is acceptable and it doesn't dominate its surroundings. This application fails on many of these points, and I understand that planning would look more favourably on sites that already got well-established natural screening, thus reducing the harm, and were away from flood risk and had proven safe access, none of which this site has. Although you could say the following is not directly applicable to making a decision on this application, I know that I speak for many concerned residents in Castleton, including some of the ones who are here today, when I say that we are worried about the impact locally of over-tourism. Many of us are worried that Castleton is reaching capacity and that further development in Castleton itself would have negative effects on the feel of the place, both from the perspective of living there and visiting. As many of you will know, the issue of visitor capacity for the wider area has been recognised and is currently being discussed at various strategic multi-agents meetings. I believe that this should be borne in mind when considering these kind of proposed developments. Finally, I'd just like to reflect on the Sanford principle, which I understand is at the centre of GP Peak Park's GSP1 policy. I understand that it says that all developments should be consistent with the National Park's legal purposes and duty, and that if there's a conflict between these purposes, then the National Park Authority should attach greater weight to the conservation, enhancement and to the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage, even at the cost of socio-economic benefit. I'd therefore request that the Planning Committee
I'm going to have to ask you to wind up because your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah, Mr Eyre's recommendation for refusal of this planning application. Thank you.
Mr Ed Proctor, I've got next.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and members, for allowing me to speak. My name's Ed Proctor. I'm a resident of Castleton, and I'm here to object to this application. And I ask you to support your officer's recommendation to refuse it. I've read through the report of your principal planner, Will Eyre. He is clearly more qualified than me to review and assess planning merits. He has recommended refusal. It would have been very easy for me and others to assume that the job was done and stay at home today. But the fact that so many Castleton residents are here today, including the Chair of the Parish Council, shows strength of feeling about the proposal. I'm not going to go through planning and policy and frameworks. Your officer has already explained how the application conflicts with those. Instead, I want to focus what came out of your very own public consultation. Yesterday I spent time going through all the representations, both for and against. Of the supporting the application, 21 were from Castleton, 138 were from outside the village. Many of the non-local letters were brief and read as though they'd been encouraged to support. Those supporters that were local, only 13%, included a few businesses and mainly residents that generally hoped that this application would alleviate parking challenges in the villages and reduce the number of camper vans staying for free on the broken road. In my view, this is a false assumption and a separate issue. The kind of person that chooses to camp for free on the broken road is not the same person that will pay for a service pitch on a formal site. To illustrate this, there is already a 92 pitch caravan and motorhome club less than 300 metres from Holmesfield Farm. A professionally run, well-screened site that has all the necessary facilities for camper vans and motorhomes. It is so well integrated into the environment that many people don't even realise it's there. I checked yesterday, it still has availability for this weekend, yet we all know that there will be people staying on the broken road this weekend. On top of that, Holmesfield already has the 60-day rule to host motorhomes. Even on those days, people still camp on the broken road. So the idea that this development will somehow solve the broken road problem doesn't match reality. It's a false narrative. In contrast, if you look at the objections, the pattern is very different. There are around 50 objections. The vast majority, 96%, are from Castleton residents. Those letters are thoughtful and detailed. Many run into several pages. They raise serious concerns about the impact on the village, on the landscape, traffic and access, noise disruption and pressure on an already overstretched village. To me, the message is very clear. Castleton does not want this development. So to summarise, you have a professional officer recommended refusal on contradicting policy grounds, and you have a local community which is overwhelmingly opposed and to set out clear reasoned objections. Therefore, I respectfully urge you listen to your officer, Mr. Eyre, and listen to the people who live in Castleton and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Angela Darlington of Castleton Parish Council.
Thank you for this opportunity to represent Castleton Parish Council. I'm the chair of the council at the moment. As laid out in our objection to this planning application, we consider the proposed caravan and motorhome site as detrimental to the village of Castleton on a number of grounds. These are access issues, impact on landscape and character, capacity of infrastructure and loss of privacy for neighbouring properties, noise and disturbance. While we have serious concerns about the safety of the access onto the highway, in this brief opportunity to speak, I'd like to focus on the negative impact on landscape and character. As stated in our objection, Castleton has welcomed visitors for centuries, we continue to welcome those who appreciate and respect the area. But the village is experiencing multiple pressures from a number of sides and is at great risk of being spoilt for everyone, both visitors and residents. We understand that for visitors with motorhomes, the proposed development would be very appealing, open all year round and located in a quiet, open position, looking out on a panoramic view of Castleton's stunning landscape, including Peveril Castle and Mam Tor, and having the convenience of numerous pubs, cafes and shops, all within easy walking distance. However, the advantages of this site to its potential users are very much offset by its negative impact for those viewing the proposed development from the outside. Castleton's attractions are unique, which is why its tourist economy has grown, especially since the advent of the motor car, and how it can sustain so many hospitality businesses. The combination of these with the show caves, Peveril Castle, Iron Age Fort, fantastic landscape and unparalleled walking routes continues to attract visitors. But there's a delicate balance to be maintained, and everyone who lives and works in Castleton and who visits it should be sensitive to the fragility of the village and its landscape setting. The planning officer has dwelt on the negative impact of the development of up to 41 motorhomes or campervans on the long views, especially from Peveril Castle, but there are also shorter range views to consider. The view to Mantor from Castleton Road across the land of Holmesfield Farm is an introduction to the special qualities of Castleton and its historic landscape, and this is the first site for visitors entering the village from the east, on foot, on a bicycle, by bus and by car. If the current proposal were to be allowed, the short to mid-range view would be filled by motorhomes and campervans all year round. In this context, I was struck by a point from one individual objection that a row of campervans is not what a visitor to the area would expect from Castleton and in the National Park. Rather than to erode its special qualities, it's surely in the best interests of everyone to protect Castleton for the future enjoyment of us all. The planning officer's conclusions are really welcome, and we sincerely hope that the committee will be sympathetic to his recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Joe Oldfield.
Right, thank you. This application was submitted to the authority in May of this year. In September, the Environmental Agency objected, however, we discussed this with them and subsequently they removed their objections. Then mid-October, landscape and highway issues were raised. We discussed this with our client and employed relevant consultants to address these. On 13th of November, we were chased on these issues and asked for the information by the next day. We told the officer this was not possible as additional work had not yet been completed. Our client has spent a considerable amount of money obtaining this additional mitigation information, now to be told that the application will be determined without this support. As it stands, the committee report, now published, concludes that there are a number of reasons for refusal. We would like to address these. Landscape. The revised landscape and visual assessment and landscape proposals have been put forward providing mitigating measures. Flood risk. The Environment Agency has now withdrawn their objection. Farm diversification and economic benefits. The applicant has been farming this land for 35 years and before that by their forefathers. This is an active working farm holding which supplements its farm enterprise using the existing permitted development rights as farm diversification. Our client is simply seeking to a more controlled and consistent income for that operation. There are also obvious knock-on economic benefits for Castleton and the Hope Valley area. Highway safety. The Highway Authority have not actually objected to these proposals, but rather they have requested additional information. We believe that these concerns can be addressed. Policy. On balance, we believe that after addressing the outstanding points mentioned, this application complies with policy and the benefits of this proposal would outweigh any harm. This proposal is to meet clear modern visitor needs and to provide a more controlled environment on a year-round basis for which there is a clear demand. This will lead to enhancements over the existing use of the site through landscaping and the reduction of almost a third of the number of motorhomes on the site at any one time. We are asking you to defer this application for a further committee meeting to allow the authority such time to consider this additional information. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Well, can I have a comment on that last point, please?
What was that, sorry?
Yes. About deferral, because we need division, because there's additional information.
So the application was submitted in, just for context, the application was submitted in May. However, there was no biodiversity and net gain information, so it was made invalid again. The application only came back active, forgive me, it was August or September, and that's when the proper review of the application took place. So to raise landscape and highway concerns in October fits within that time frame. I advised that it would go to December's committee, and that I would take it to December's committee to allow them time to address their concerns, not November's committee. So I did chase in mid-November, and they responded saying there was going to be some further information submitted, but would not be ready in time. The application had been in for some time at that point, so I decided to take it to December's committee. Because while they may be able to address the highway concerns and potentially flooding, I do have fundamental concerns of a site of this scale in that location.
I'm a little bit confused about where we are with this at the moment. Can I just go through it very slowly? There's a clear reason for refusal on landscape grounds, which we can argue about, but I understand exactly what it is. There's another one on the significance and setting of Castleton Conservation Area. I'm not sure that I've fully got the argument there, thinking about it, but we can see where that gets to. Is the third reason still valid, or would you be wanting to change that to another form of wording in the light of this latest?
No, so the third reason for refusal is the application not been supported by a sequential test demonstrate the development cannot be located in a lower area.
That still applies?
That still applies, yes.
That still applies, okay. So notwithstanding that the Environment Agency has withdrawn its comments, that you're wanting to pursue that. And the safe access we've now dealt with, haven't we?
No, we haven't yet. We haven't received the amended information yet.
You haven't got amended information from that, so we don't know. Right, okay. And then the point about farm diversification doesn't appear in your reasons for refusal at all?
No, that'll be a reason for
okay, so
support of it.
We understand where that is. Joe, would you just come forward so that I'm absolutely clear about what you're saying? Yes, would you like to just, I want to understand what you're. What is it you're saying? We should defer the.
We're basically saying that the information is almost ready.
But what is it? What is this information?
It's landscape impact, planning, addressing planning policy, and farm diversification, and economic benefits to be had.
Right.
So we have the planning consultant on board looking at those policies, etc., and we also have a new landscaping scheme which is added to what we've already got.
Okay.
That hasn't been considered by the planning officer.
No, but what we're being asked to consider at the moment is the landscaping scheme as it has been submitted so far.
Yes.
And have I got this right? The advice we're getting from you is that almost however you put this landscaping scheme together, it's not going to overcome your objection because of the long distant views and the fact that there's no landscaping there now. Is that the problem?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Have I got that? Right, okay. Right, members. Ken?
Yeah, a couple of things, but first of all, the road outside, what's the speed limit?
30 miles per hour.
Right, because I've been just looking on Google Earth. The entrance you mentioned, but it's not on Google Earth, and that needs a bigger splay to get a view around that bend that's just there. Other thing, on average, how many motorhomes are on site now? Because it's in use as a motorhome site now.
Can we? Do we know the answer to that? Yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So so it was operating on 60 days, and they're not operating at this time. We've done their 60 days for this year.
So under permitted development, they can put that number of motorhomes on now, and if there's a landscape impact, then clearly it's there. Yeah, okay. Any other members wish to comment on this? Ken?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, just picking up on Ken's point, 60 days is but a sixth of the year, and what's being proposed, part of it would be full all the year round, and part of it would be just for the summer months, but longer than 60 days. So in a sense, whilst I'm not wholly in favour of the 60-day issue after it was extended, but it's self-limiting. I like you, Chair, had some concerns over the fact that we hadn't received or has it been raised by one of by the agent, we hadn't received the information from the Highway Authority at the time. We hadn't got the Environment Agency response either, but then we are where we are. I mean, my concern, I suppose, is as has been raised by others, if we could go back to the site plan, Will, the 60-day element notwithstanding, excuse me, that one, the blue line to the bottom of the illustration that follows the river, that to me is the kind of development boundary to Castleton, and what we're being asked to approve is effectively development beyond that boundary in what is currently open land, and that bothers me. Again, we can't do anything about the 60 days, but we can do something about 360 days or 180 days, or however long the summer period for full use would be. So it's that development above and beyond, even though it might be, it's outside the conservation area, it has an impact on the conservation area. For me, the size, the scale of these vehicles, it's like having a small house parked in the field, but lots of them. All right, a large shed and not a small house. But nevertheless, they are a visual and landscape intrusion, and as has been suggested by a number of people, the impact on the historic landscape that surrounds Castleton, I think, is significant. I think to an extent, one of the other comments that has been made, there's been some play on the economic benefits that might accrue to Castleton. I'm not entirely convinced, because a lot of the motorhome folk, in my experience, are kind of self-sustaining. They tend to take their, like snail-like, take their materials with them on their back, as it were. So I'm a bit dubious about the overall economic benefit that might accrue. I concur with the comment that was made by one of the objectors about this isn't going to resolve the Broken Road issue. It's not. I mean, as part of reading the report and looking at satellite imagery, I was taken by the caravan site to the east of Lucille Hall. Significant tree planting around there. In the summer, you don't even know if that site is there. But when we drove past it yesterday on the site visit, you can see through those trees, you can see those vehicles in there. Even that density of planting has its weaknesses. And I believe that the landscaping proposals that have been put forward, and obviously we're not privy to the amended ones, are insufficient to hide that development, not least because with it being in Hollow and having this area surrounded by upland, those are the viewpoints from which this development would be most visible. That's not to say that provision isn't needed. Obviously, the issues to do with the Broken Road parking are significant, and the number of visitors to Castleton and its surrounding do cause distress to visitors themselves as well as to residents. But I think we need to be careful that we don't adopt a kind of knee-jerk reaction that because someone offers a potential solution, and we've heard what the drawbacks to this might be as well, we shouldn't necessarily be going for the first option that's provided, because there is the longer term area management issue that's being addressed by the organisation, which I think is likely to result in a more considered set of solutions to the impacts that Castleton and its environs is suffering at the moment. So I at the moment, Chair, I support the Office of Recommendation.
Yes, it would be quite helpful, wouldn't it, to really know what those long-term area management proposals might do and where they'd come from.
Yeah, but they take time to develop.
I take the point. Yes.
Can I just say that I'm also minded with the deferral to do with the highway issues. I know you've explained that you think they've had a long enough time to get that response back, but I don't know how busy they are, if they're going to come back with it. So I think that, again, is one of my points, is the deferral for highway issues. I know it doesn't impact on a lot of the things that have been said, but it is something that hasn't been answered.
I think that this application ultimately turns on landscape, and that unless there's a really... I mean, the most powerful reason that I've heard around the table so far for deferring would be if we thought that the extra information that Mr. Oldfield referred to would in some way help our decision. That's the only concern, and I'm not sure, having been to see the site, I mean, ultimately the best evidence that you have is what you see. And I think those members that were on the site visit yesterday will have reached their own conclusions on that. But I'm willing to hear what any other members wish to say on that. If they want that other information from Mr. Oldfield, then we would probably have to defer, which of course would, I think, have to allow time for the local people who have an interest in this to read and comment on and so forth. And it's all going to continue on. Mike.
Chair, I'm in agreement with you, and I'm going to move the recommendation. I do not believe that any further information is going to change the position, particularly on the longer distance views over Castleton. It will be apparent for people who are out walking on the higher ground around that the caravan site will be visible, particularly after the leaves fall off trees and bushes. They will be pretty obvious in the landscape. And I think what the present situation does is at least confines the camping to 60 days across the summer months, around school holidays and the like. But basically it would spoil the views for the rest of the year. And I do think that there are I do think that people have a right to see Castleton in its glory,
in its naked
not
state.
cluttered.
So you're moving
for most of the year.
You're moving the recommendation
Move
in
the
effect.
recommendation.
Is that seconded? That's seconded. Any other members wish to comment on that or make any amendment? In that case, the motion is that we refuse this on the grounds set out in the report. All those in favour? Oh, sorry.
There's just a bit of a typo in the, I don't know how important it is, in the second recommendation. There's harm the significance and setting of the Castleton conservation area. At the end of the first line, we could get rid of...
I like the idea of the setting of the setting.
I was taken by it, but I thought it probably inappropriate.
Subject to that amendment. all those in favour of refusing it on the grounds set out. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? One abstaining. Right. Can we move? Oh, we don't know. I think that brings us to lunchtime, doesn't it? Yes, we are next on stage at 1:30. Members, just in the interest of time, do you want 3/4 of an hour, or can we come back at 1:15 and do one of the other reports? 1:15. So, so can we do the Right. The next item on the agenda, I'm going to take now the cabins at the Beat Lane Wash, because I understand the speaker's here with us. So, Adam, if you could start that one.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, this is item 11, which is an outline planning application for the siting of 3 cabins. Only one little update. We went on site yesterday, and a question that was asked to the applicant was whether the cabins would be caravans or buildings. You'll note that's sort of discussed in the report, that it wasn't clear, but the applicant told us on site that they would be buildings. The intention is that they would be able to be removed quite easily, but they would be buildings rather than caravans. So the site is in open countryside, north of Chapel, and comprises a field, as you can see. The access is off Beat Lane, which is a single track road. Let's see if I can put the laser pointer on. There you go. It's a single track road which runs up and it becomes the tarmac surfacing ends up here past Beat Farm, which is the nearest neighbour. So the access to the site is here, and it sort of winds up what is quite a steep field, and then carries on and then goes to Newhouse Farm itself, which is a Grade 2 listed house, which is just off the map there. We don't have much details with the application because it is an outline. The only matters that we are considering today are the layout and scale of the development. So all of the matters, including access, external appearance and landscaping, would be reserved matters for a later application. So we're just considering really the principle and the layout and the scale. So the layout, as you can see there, there's 3 cabins proposed. And each one would have an amenity area around it, and the application is proposing that planting would take place. And you'll see in the photograph some tree planting has already taken place along the boundaries of the site. And there is an area here, just in this hump, which members on site will remember from where the minibus parked, which is where parking is proposed. Yeah, that's the parking area there. We don't have, as it's an outline application, we don't have the full details of what these structures will look like, but we've got some example photographs. You can see they're all timber buildings of varying design, and we've got a couple of indicative layouts inside as well. So each one would be just over 60 square metres, and as you can see at that sort of footprint, you can have a living room and a single bedroom with a bathroom, or you can potentially have a living room, a kitchenette and a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. So there'd be either 1 or 2 bedroom dwellings effectively, which the applicant is proposing to have as holiday accommodation. So this is a view from Beat Lane. So we didn't come up this lane on site, but members looked across and saw the neighbouring property. So this is sort of taken from in front of that property, looking out across. As you can see, it's quite a steeply sloping site with a more level area on top. So one unit would be here, another one would be sort of off to the edge of the photograph, and another one would be more close to this boundary. And you can kind of see in the background there some of the tree planting that has been carried out and the supports for them. And the access to the site comes in here, and it sort of sweeps up there. This is looking from the access, and you see the planting in the field. And again, back from the access point. And again, looking across the front of the site, you can see Beat Farm there in the corner. So, officers have recommended this application for refusal on primarily principle and landscape and visual impact. The proposed structures are effectively newly built holiday accommodation in the form of cabins. And there isn't a policy route to support new build holiday accommodation in the open countryside in this location, and also our camping and caravan policies explicitly say that this type of structure won't normally be permitted It's quite an open landscape, it's quite visible from higher ground and from close by, and in officers' view, the development will have a significant adverse impact, and that wouldn't be mitigated, unfortunately, by the proposed planting. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We have the one speaker, Erica Lee. Would you like to come forward and you sit in the chair in the middle up there? And with any luck, there's a button in front of you, and that lights will come on. Yes, that's good.
Yeah, is that on?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. And in your time, you have about 3 minutes to talk to us.
Cool. Thank you. I have got a statement from my mother, who's actually the landowner, that I'm not going to read out because it doesn't do specific details, but it's there if you want it. I don't know if you want to pass that. Okay, so I start off by thank you for considering our application today. I just wanted to take time to run through some of our concerns that were listed on the recommendation. I know the biggest one is the visual impact. This site actually has a 35-year woodland agreement on it, which I have got here. It's done through Peak Park. Planting is due to start this month for that. Under the agreement, we have to hit a target of 80% tree establishment by year 5, at which point the average expected height of trees on the site would be about 5 metres. We believe it would mitigate almost all of the visual impact. Susie, who that came yesterday, saw there's very few places actually overlooking the site because of the topography. And when the trees are up, it'll be even more screened, particularly Beet Farm, which is the issue. There's no line of sight to Newhouse Farm, so there's no visual impact on the listed building. Once the trees are grown and everything's screened, I don't think you'll be able to see it from basically anywhere because of the valleys. We're happy to purchase a belt of older trees to screen Beet Farm to speed up the process if that's not a long enough time. In fact, the only reason we're putting the application now is because we believed that it made more sense to have a long-term plan for the site prior to planting the trees. But the trees are going in regardless. Secondly, the biodiversity issue. I think I may have submitted the wrong format of spreadsheet, which was why there's some queries about the biodiversity net gain on the site. Currently, it's low production grassland and will become permanent native woodland. We have had a woodland site assessment by a Peak Park woodland guy, and he states that there are no priority habitats or species on the site, and you could see it's just low impact grassland, there's nothing important on it. And then the foul drainage was also suggested as a potential issue. For the first initial setup, we'd be providing an off-grid composting toilet. It's a system we've successfully used for a short-term campsite we have, following all guidance laid out by the Environment Agency under RPS 318, which is how to deal with composting toilets. Once we have proof that there's a significant demand or occupancy is high enough to justify it, we plan on installing a small off-grid solar-powered sewage treatment plant that can be discharged directly, clean water. And then finally, I'd like to say one of the reasons we put in for outline planning application is because we are fully open to suggestions as to the appearance in any way, shape or form. We were thinking wooded cabins mounted on ground screws, so there's no foundations, which would allow them to be removed without a trace, and we could paint them any colour and stuff like that. However, if on wheels is preferred, we're not against putting them on wheels, or indeed any other ideas we haven't thought of, digging them into the ground, anything like that. We're perfectly happy to work with the planning authority and whatever specific visuals of the actual buildings there are. Like I say, if you want them on wheels, we can build them on wheels.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to ask you
Yeah,
to finish that, if I may. Right, members. Martin.
Right. I was at the site visit yesterday and was looking at the general layout. My feeling on this is that we currently have too little information. We don't know what size and type of chalets are being proposed, and whilst we have a layout, there are a lot of queries, for instance, how access is going to be to each of those sites. They're presumably going to require paths, and how services, or if services are going to be provided, for example. So I would support the officer's recommendation.
Are you moving that? Are you moving it?
Sorry?
Are you moving it?
I'll move it.
Yes, okay, thank you. Any other members wish to talk on this? Ken?
Thank you, Chair. I think, to an extent, commend the applicant on looking at farm diversification and the ways in which that can be achieved. It's just, I think, realistically, this just sadly isn't the right place. I mean, it might be the right way forward, but not in this location. I think, whilst I take on board the comments about tree planting and the rest of it, given the size of the proposed structures, 10 metres by almost 7 metres, that's a big structure, whichever way you look at it. And I think with the best will in the world, no matter how the woodland develops, it will be difficult to hide those within there. So I think while it might be right in some locations, I suggest it's not the right thing here. The principle in this location isn't right, and I would support Martin's support of the recommendation.
Are you seconding
I'll
that?
second it, yeah.
Yes, okay. Any other members wish to comment on this? No. Well, I've got to put it to the... yes, Matthew.
Just sorry, Ken.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I have similar concerns to Ken and Martin, but it will be... I wouldn't necessarily want to say that this couldn't be done, that this is the wrong location, because there are, when I worked for the National Park Authority, we talked about woodland creation, woodland planting, and had lots of grief from people about how we were changing the landscape. And so I think that the fact that the woodland is being created there doesn't, we shouldn't actually say it's the wrong location because it was the wrong location in the past. It might be the wrong location because they're the wrong things to put in the location. Do you know what I mean? So I think if there's some more, if there was more information about what that actually looked like, or more a more detailed consideration of it, I think the scale of the development is wrong, but I don't necessarily think that thinking about. I think I commend the applicant's consideration of this is what we want to do here in the longer term, and I think it's really good that they've come to us to say that that's what they want to do in the longer term. But I think you need to have more detail in the longer term as to what that looks like.
I mean, this is a very exposed site. I think that's what we all felt. Well, okay. Well, I have a proposal and seconder. Does any other member wish to comment? No. I must put that to vote then. All those in favour of refusing it on the ground set out. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? No. I think I think you need to look at other options and see whether there's something else on the land somewhere else might be a better location. This is a very big exposed site, and who knows if you do look in 15 years' time and there's a big wood here, one doesn't know what will come up then. But as things stand at the moment, this is, I think, realistically not on, to be quite honest with you. But it is a beautiful site, though. Nice to see. Thank you. Right, I'm going to take, no, the next schedule item is at 2 o'clock, so I think in the meantime, can we deal with that one at Glossop now, do you think, please?
Chairman, can I just say I've got non-prudential interest because I declare an interest in this, but non-prudential interest because it is in my actually Derbyshire County Council division.
Okay.
But also I do attend the parish council at Charlesworth, but I don't stay for their meetings to do with Peak Park.
Noted, thank you. Right. Would you like to introduce it for us?
Yep, thank you. This is the application at Hurst Waterworks in Glossop for the change of use of land to garden and the siting of a number of structures on the site. Just before I go through the presentation, just to update you that we have had a further response from the Environmental Health Officer, just following some clarification on the condition that they had recommended. The latest response basically says it could be controlled by condition, but what they would want is a site investigation just to establish the potential risk of contamination on the site. And then if that identifies a need for remediation, then a strategy would be required. So the current condition just requires a remediation strategy, whereas this condition requires a bit of investigation before we decide whether to get to that stage. That would be a time-controlled condition, so we would ask for that within a certain period of time if the application were approved. On to the application then. So you've got the site location plan on the screen in front of you. So we're near Glossop here. We've got the golf club to the west, and this is the Hurst Waterworks building, which members might be familiar with. It was granted planning permission by committee in 2017, and it is now in use as a residential site. So you've got 3 dwellings in the building. The one we're concerned with is number 3 on the end, which is within the red line boundary, and the application relates to the land to the west. As part of approving conversion of that building, just so members are aware, it was identified by the authority as a non-designated heritage asset. There's rising land to the south. There aren't any public rights of way in this direction, so the main vantage of the site would be from this lane to the north. Onto the proposed site plan. So this application has come around because of an ongoing enforcement case that the authority has in connection with this site. You will have seen on site yesterday if you were present. If not, I'll show you in the photos in a minute. But the land within this area is currently being used as residential garden without planning permission, and there are also a number of structures that have been sited on the land in connection with that use, and they also don't have planning permission. So this application is seeking to regularise that position. However, there have been some changes during the course of the application. So it is now proposed to include this strip of land as additional garden area rather than the larger area. The approved position is just along here if you can follow the mouse. So this is the additional area. There would be a fence to contain that, and there would also be a native hedgerow. It's also proposed to retain a number of the structures that are unauthorised. Some of them would be relocated. So this is a timber gazebo structure that is proposed to be retained in its existing position, and there is some holly planting proposed in front of it. This is a timber summer house. It's also proposed to retain that in its existing position. This is the existing location of a timber cat pen that is unauthorised. However, it's proposed as part of this application to site that structure here, so close to the boundary with number 2 Hurst Waterworks. And this is a large timber cabin which is proposed to be relocated into the garden area as well. It's also proposed to retain a hen house structure and introduce some holly planting here. This is the elevation of the gazebo structure that you've just seen on the plan. So it's timber construction. I think it's got a bituminous roof. This is the most significant structure, so it's in effect a timber cabin. It's proposed to move that to the back of the existing garden area, and the applicant is also proposing to paint that in a softer green colour as opposed to existing finish, which you'll see on the photos in a second. This is the timber cat pen. This is the hen house in the far corner of the site. And this is the summer house. Photos then. So this is the Hurst Waterworks building that has been converted. You can see the site in the background. This is taken further along the lane, so I think further east, looking back towards number 3. And this is the site as existing as well, so you can see the unauthorised structures. This is taken if you are coming from the direction of the golf club and if you're passing the site, so you can see it's on a slightly higher level. Again, these structures are unauthorised. That's the site itself. So this is the gazebo that would remain in place. This is the summer house. These are the cat pen and timber cabin structures that are going to move. There are 2 of the unauthorised structures along the frontage of the site. That's a closer photo of the cabin and the cat pen and the gazebo, the summer house. And then this is just the rear garden area. So the garden would in effect extend along this line. There would be a fence and a hedge, and the structures would go into this land, and this is the neighbouring boundary with number 2, Hurst Waterworks. I think that's the last slide, so just go back to the site plan. In terms of the proposals, we consider that the extension to the residential curtilage is of an acceptable scale. It's proportionate to the size of the garden and the size of the plot, and it would have landscaping to contain it, so that element of the development is considered to be acceptable. In terms of the structures on the site, whilst it is acknowledged that a number of them are not traditional in their appearance and they don't accord with the authority's design guidance, given the character of the site and also their relocated position, whether it be to the rear of the property, with that additional landscaping, we consider on balance that their impact would be acceptable. That impact is also considered to be acceptable on the neighbouring amenity of number 2, although if you've read the report, you'll know that the application is at committee because of the parish council concerns in that respect. However, on that basis and the recommendations in the officer report, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we have no speakers on this item. Have any members got any comments to make? Can I move that from the chair? Any of that seconded? Anyone got any? You're jumping the gun. Anyone got any amendments to make? No. In that case, all those in favour of
the additional condition that Hannah mentioned.
with the additional condition, yes.
Yeah, so it would be with the amended condition, and I will add actually that the environmental health officer would also like a condition just controlling imported soils on the site. So with those 2 conditions.
Thank you. Right. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried? That's adjourned. What's that? Abstained. Sorry. I'm getting. Guessing the meeting's getting on. Right. Okay. That's that one done. Are we? I'm hoping that we've got all the speakers we need for the next item, which we're a bit early on. I'd like to move on to the post office at Main Road, Eam. And I should have Mr. Hugh Wright, Mr. Ian Smith, and Mr. Will Thomas. Are you all here? Oh, sorry. No, you're not doing him. So Ian Smith and Hugh Wright, you're both here. Yes. And there's no agent or anything of that sort. So those are the 2 speakers there. So are you happy for us to proceed now? Yeah. Okay. Okay, when you're ready.
Okay, so this is a full planning application for the demolition of an existing commercial building and the proposed erection of a new 2-storey, 2-bedroom dwelling and landscaping. So the application itself, site is comprised of the Eam post office, which is located on Main Road in Eam. It is located in the Eam Conservation Area, and for some context, so this is the site here, and then directly to the north is a property called Laburnum Cottage, which is a Grade 2 listed building, and then 2 properties to the south is called Hall Farmhouse, which is also a Grade 2 listed building. So the building itself was a purpose-built post office constructed in the 1970s. It is constructed in an artificial stone with a concrete roof. It is single-storey and features a large shopfront window. The post office closed in February 2024 and has been vacant since. Now, before I move on to the plans, I just want to set out the policy basis and the marketing and viability proposals which have taken place so far. Okay, so policy HC4 says that the loss of a community facility is acceptable, subject to criteria including the facility is no longer needed, is available elsewhere, or is no longer viable. In our development management plan, we have DMS2, which says the change of use is acceptable, subject to evidence of reasonable attempts to sell or let the shop or community service as a going concern, and the application must include the following: thorough viability assessments and a marketing exercise with a commercial property agent sustained over 12 months, marketing through the economic development team for at least 12 months, and contact with the parish council to discuss affordable housing with reference to housing needs in the local area. Now, this application was marketed for a period over 12 months. It received limited interest, with one serious inquirer pulling out after seeing the condition of the building. The application has also been supported by several viability appraisals, confirming that the building is not viable for an alternative community use, and also not viable for use as an affordable dwelling. So, following the marketing and viability exercises, it has been accepted that the loss of the community facility is acceptable in principle. Now, this application proposes to remove it and replace it with a 2-storey open market dwelling. Our development plan says new open market housing can be acceptable in principle if it can be demonstrated to provide an enhancement to a DS1 settlement, of which Eam is one. For some clarity, this application has received 19 representations from 15 parties. It's received 11 objections, and they primarily relate to impact on landscape, impact on heritage assets, impact upon residential amenity, inaccuracy of submitted plans, a lack of parking on main road, inadequate marketing, impact on means of access to neighbouring properties, concern over land ownership, and unsubstantiated viability appraisals. And it should be noted that one of the key concerns on the marketing was the lack of a to-let sign being erected on site. And it had received several letters of support promoting the removal of the building, the enhancement of a conservation area, and that it's appropriate development for a brownfield site. Okay, so here we see the current building. You see a single storey constructed from reconstituted stone set under a concrete roof. It's got a large shopfront window, and it has a ramp with metal railings to the front. So we consider that this building, it doesn't match the vernacular of Eam. It's got historic properties on all sides, and we feel that there is an opportunity for enhancement through the removal of this building and the replacement with an appropriately designed building. So here we have the proposed front elevation of the dwelling. So you can see that the ramp has been removed and the proposed dwelling will be set slightly further down. It will be constructed from natural stone with natural stone detailing. It will be set under a blue slate roof, and it would have timber windows and timber doors. It would feature a new boundary wall to the highway, and the application also proposes hedging which would run behind that stone wall. Stone wall. Okay. And moving on, this is the north elevation. So you can see here, so this is the original building, and then it had received consent for in the 1980s for an extension to the rear. And here's the same elevation of the proposed dwelling. So you can see that it does have a rear projecting element. And it's worth noting that the building would be essentially constructed on the same footprint of the existing building. So it would have the same setback from the road and extend just as far onto the site. Okay. And here's the view from the south. So what's worth noting on this plan is this shows the outline of the boundary wall with Laburnum Cottage. As noted, Laburnum Cottage is Grade 2 listed, and therefore this wall will be cursorily listed with the property. The applicant has confirmed that there is no changes or alterations to this wall, and therefore the impact on the significance of that building of the cursorily listed structure is not a key consideration in this application. It's also worth noting here that there is a old retaining wall structure to the rear. The application makes note of that retaining wall needing works to it. However, the extent of works are unknown until the building's been removed. So it's suggested that we add a condition requiring the specification, design, and any other information relating to any works to that retaining wall structure. And here we go, this is the same elevation looking south. So in the background here you can see the Rookery, which is the property to the southeast. And you can see here the setback from the property and the road. So it'll be set about a metre back from the building line of that property. And you can see here the roof line is broadly the same as the adjacent property. There you go. And here's the rear elevation. So again, this just shows the relationship with our retaining wall structure, which will need some works, but we feel can be controlled through condition. And there's the same elevation to the rear. It's worth noting that earlier this week we did receive amended plans which shows an inset at this point here. So originally the rear projecting element spanned the whole rear elevation. We felt that was quite open in the street scene, and we thought it would look better with a 300mm inset. So that's been provided there. Here we go, the existing floor plan of the building. Proposed floor plan. So in terms of side windows, this one here would be the only side window on the property. We feel that is important to add a condition requesting this to become obscure glazed to safeguard the amenity of both this property here, but also from views into the property. So that has been added as a recommended condition. There's the proposed first floor. And then the sections. And that's the block plan. So moving on to photographs of the site here. So as you can see, this is the current building. As you can see, the artificial stone, inappropriate detailing, such as the window, the soffit boards, the guttering, the concrete roof. And here's its relationship to the Rookery. So it would be in close proximity to it. Okay. And here we go. So as you can see, there are two side windows to the Rookery. And we feel that the increase in height to 2-storey would invariably have an impact on that. However, we feel that given the orientation of these windows, the proximity to this extension here, any loss of light would be minimal, and there would not be a substantial loss of outlook. And we feel that this would not amount to an unacceptable impact upon the residential amenity of the Rookery. There goes another photograph. So it would be broadly, the new building would be broadly where it is, as shown there, as the existing one. And here's the listed property here, which is Laburnum Cottage, and here's the Kirkwood listed wall. As noted, there is no proposed alterations to this. And here you go, here's the relationship with the listed property. There's another one. So this building, it would go broadly in line with the height of this building here in its current location, its current setback. So it's worth also noting here that the garden of the Burnham Cottage does wrap round here, and this would increase the massing in close proximity to that boundary. However, we feel that the garden is large, and because of that, there are opportunities for the residents of this property to use alternative areas of their garden, and the increased massing in that location and potential overbearing would not have an unacceptable impact upon the amenity of them. Okay. So just to conclude, the application has been supported by sufficient information to demonstrate that the loss of the community use is acceptable through viability and marketing information. We consider that the existing building does not contribute meaningfully to the street scene, and therefore there is opportunity for its removal and replacement with a building which does contribute to the area. We consider that the proposed design is acceptable. However, I would like to add one additional condition. On the plans, it states that the building will be constructed in limestone. I feel that in this location, with the adjacent properties, we should add a condition stating that to be gritstone, just to better fit in with the immediate properties. But notwithstanding that, it would enhance the setting of the Eam Conservation Area and the visual amenity of the village. We have assessed the amenity of adjacent properties, and we have noted that there would be some impact. However, this would not be to an unacceptable degree. There is no parking proposed with the application. However, the Highway Authority have not objected to the application, noting that the previous use of extant use of that building is commercial, and with that would be comings and goings. So the loss of that and replacement with one 2-bedroom property would not have an unacceptable impact on the highway safety. Now, given the age of Eam and its conservation area, there is a potential impact to archaeology. However, this could be mitigated through an archaeological monitoring condition. It would still have some impact on archaeology. However, we feel this will be outweighed by the enhancement of the conservation area. The application does not impact on-site habitat, so there's no BNG, and the proposal does include sustainability technology. So we feel that the application is acceptable and in compliance with the development plan, and a recommendation of approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report and the new condition specifying the colour of the stones. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have two speakers and a readout. The first speaker I have is Mr. Hugh Wright. By all means. I think it's in the middle somewhere, yes.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, right. I'm Hugh Wright and speaking on behalf of my brother who lives next door to the application site. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this occasion in connection with the planning application on his behalf. There are 8 concerning topics to address. No provision for off-street parking. The proposals as submitted should fail for not complying with the policy for residential off-street parking, where 2 off-street parking spaces are required as a minimum for a 2-bedroom dwelling. Motorists experience daily traffic congestion on the street caused by parked cars on the same side as the application site, which is located in close proximity to a bus stop to the south. My brother has been a resident of 45 years and seen various traffic incidents, including a cyclist crashing into a parked car and subsequently colliding with his gatepost. The single-storey building is relatively inconspicuous and discreet, situated in between the Rookery and Laburnum Cottage. thus not causing significant harm to the conservation area. It does occupy a very full infill site, but its visual impact is modest despite its incongruous appearance. A two-storey building is proposed, sharing the same footprint as the former post office, will change the street scene by appearing to be overdeveloped and overbearing, most noticeably with the rookery on the south side and to some extent to the Grade 2 listed Laburnum Cottage on the north side. The proposed building will be more noticed than at present on a very tight site with no proper garden to speak of. There are a variety of heights and gaps forming the street scenes in Eam. The planning officer has acknowledged in writing that there is a discrepancy with the accuracy of the eastern retaining wall not being shown at its true height on the sections in elevation. The natural height for the principal bedroom at the rear of the dwelling will be blocked by the height of the retaining wall on the east side. The proposed lowering of the ground levels might undermine the structural stability of the two separate retaining walls, one of which is a curtilage listed wall bordering the site. Health and well-being. Internal home quality and its immediate surroundings are important determinants for long-term occupation of a dwelling. Outdoor amenity of immediate neighbours. No planning officer should be able to dictate in how neighbours are to use their garden to mitigate new adjoining development. Also, the sun during the day currently catches much of the garden for Laburnum Cottage, but that will be lost when cast in shadow by a two-storey high building to the south. Hence, the opportunities to enjoy the garden will be limited. Planning applications are advertised both on site and online. The vacant building has not had a site-erected signboard for sale or to let for possible retail users since the applicant's purchase in August 23. The proposed ground floor plan will not be building regulation compliant without an entrance story WC and inadequate width entrance door, which are mandatory. Okay, is that it?
That actually is it. If you've got one very...
Sorry, was that the time up?
That's your time up.
Okay.
If you want to have one final sentence just to sum up, you're very welcome to.
Well, that's right.
And I mean just to sum up.
The last planning application was withdrawn because the planning officer felt the single-storey building was not suited to be converted to become an open market dwelling, and this two-storey proposal is the result of this jurisdiction. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I've then got Mr. Ian Smith. We've got two microphones on at the top there for some reason or other as well. Would you like to come and take your Mr. Smith, I presume? Yes. Could somebody turn the other machine off? Thank you very much. I don't know how that got put on. There we are. Right, Mr. Smith, we'd like to hear from you now, please.
Thank you. I live in Crown Cottage, opposite the post office, and object to this application. Lots of local opposition to this plan and only two supporters. One with a property business, not an Eam resident, the other who supports a dwelling, but is firmly against the result being another holiday let. No for sale or to let signs were ever displayed at the site or notices for local attention. So the local community never knew it was for sale or to let. So a lack of local interest during this period is not surprising. The village community deserved a fairer choice of retaining this site for community benefit before redevelopment was carried out. Currently, my living room gets daylight only from the sky above the post office. The distance between my house front and the post office is 10 metres. If this site goes to 2 stories, we would suffer a loss of natural light and lose all sight of the sky from our living room. The single story provides sight lines to the trees and the higher open ground behind and provides a brighter aspect to this section of the street. This would be lost with a 2-storey development. The development is unattractive as a home. There's no outside space, poor outlook, no parking and no garden. It's particularly unsuitable for a family with children. Its likely use would be yet another holiday let in the village. We already have enough of these. They contribute to the steady decline in village community, to which they make no contribution. Big park policies and standards for parking should apply unless clearly demonstrated as not necessary. Exceptions may apply on estates or minor roads, but this is on a busy main road of the village with every transport type. The road is narrow here, and the pavement, only 1.1 metres wide, exists on only one side of the road. Unwary pedestrians use both sides of the road. It's wrong to suppose that demand for parking is reduced by this development. Post office customers were mostly local and on foot, or very short stay parking for posting mail or the counter business. This development will result in additional permanent parking by the new owners or tourist visitors to a holiday let. Long stay street parking is a growing problem in the village. The proposed facade is modern with no character, plain and out of proportion with its neighbours. Being tall and thin is more dominating and overbearing than the current building. It's an overdevelopment of a very small site. The outside space is 2 metres by 6 metres wide strip between the frontage of the building and the hedge by the road. No pavement, no off-street parking. This is not acceptable for a new dwelling, and it has no fit with the heritage aspects of its neighbours in this conservation area. I'm asking the committee to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd be grateful if you could turn your microphone off. Just press the button. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. We now have a readout from Mr. Thomas.
I am the owner of the Rookery, the dwelling immediately adjoining the application site to the east. My objection is based solely on material planning considerations. Firstly, overdevelopment of a severely constrained site. The applicant's own submitted appraisal identifies the site as measuring approximately 0.01 hectares. It is bounded by the public highway at the front, a substantial retaining wall and steep change in level to the rear, and existing residential buildings on both sides. The proposal would replace a modest single-storey commercial building with a 2-storey dwelling occupying almost the entire footprint of the site. Regardless of architectural detailing, this represents overdevelopment of a highly constrained plot, resulting in an intensity of development that is out of keeping with the spatial character of the conservation area. Secondly, residential amenity existing and future occupiers. The proposed dwelling would sit extremely close to neighbouring properties, including my own, with separation distances of approximately 1 metre in places. This would lead to an overbearing relationship, loss of light, and an unacceptable reduction in outlook and residential amenity. The scheme would also create compromised living conditions for future occupiers, with very limited private external space, restricted outlook, and reliance on a single means of access and escape to the public highway, as the rear of the site is physically constrained by the retaining wall and a level change. Thirdly, construction feasibility and neighbour impact. Despite recognising site constraints, the application contains no construction methodology. The applicant's viability evidence acknowledges potential abnormal ground and retaining wall works, yet these are excluded from the appraisal assumptions. Given the lack of space for scaffolding, material storage, contractor parking or safe loading and unloading, there is significant uncertainty as to how the development will be constructed without causing serious harm to adjoining residential properties. Planning permission should only be granted where a scheme is practically deliverable, not reliant on unresolved constraints to be addressed later through conditions. Fourthly, conservation area and national park policy. While the heritage statement focuses on architectural style and materials, design detailing alone does not outweigh harm arising from siting, scale and intensity of development. National park policy permits market housing only where it is demonstrably conserves or enhances the valued character of the area. This proposal intensifies development on an exceptionally constrained site, causing harm to residential amenity and the conservation area's character without clear public benefit. Viability considerations cannot be used to justify planning harm. Fifthly, boundary and deliverable concern. The submitted plans show the application boundary extending to the gable end of my property, whereas on site an existing stone wall currently runs between the two buildings, providing a clear physical and spatial separation. This change materially intensifies the relationship between the buildings and removes the buffer that presently exists. The application does not explain how construction, maintenance or servicing would be carried out without reliance on adjoining land, raising further concern that the development is not realistically deliverable as proposed. In conclusion, the proposal represents overdevelopment of a very small and constrained site, unacceptable harm to residential amenity, unresolved construction feasibility and neighbour impacts, and conflict with the statutory duty to conserve and enhance the national park. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse planning permission.
Right, thank you very much. I think there are one or two things out of that which we ought to try and just get right. Can I first of all deal with this marketing of the property? We've been told twice that none of this was advertised in the village or anybody in the village knew anything about it. And so where was the marketing done? And
yeah, so it was done.
How satisfied can we be that it was properly marketed?
Yeah, so it was marketed for a commercial property agency between the 5th of March 2024 until at least the submission of the application, which was June 2025. So that's a period of over 16 months.
Yes. Have we seen the materials for that?
Yes, we have, yeah. So it was mainly done on search engine sites. So there's a few commercial search engine websites specifically for commercial buildings, and it was done through those.
Right, okay. The next question I have is that we were told that the space between the windows, the downstairs windows of this and the house opposite was 10 metres. We have standards, I think, to deal with privacy and amenity. How does that compare with what those standards are?
Sorry, I don't have those numbers to hand.
Oh, can anybody remember? Because I do remember this being past applications where we've said, oh no, there's X feet or yards or whatever they use it nowadays.
This would breach those standards. It would be closer. But I think a key thing here for members to consider is the relationship of existing properties on this street. You have traditionally properties facing each other at this distance, and that is something which we take into account. But it's normally face-to-face windows. It's I think it's around 20 or 21 metres. But again, my view as a planning officer would be there are existing properties along this street that face each other in this relationship, and there is a public street running between it, which does affect the expectations of privacy.
Because if you're looking at these photographs, the house on the village centre side is further forward than this house would be. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yes, okey-doke. And the other question I had was, this is the most important one of all, how do you handle the wheeled bins, and where are the electricity meters going to be?
They can be reserved by condition if we think it's appropriate.
I'm trying to work out whether they would or not. Looking at some of the photographs, have you got some? Get into the photographs of this and the house next door, the next one along. I can't see that. Can you see the bins on that one?
You start to, yeah.
Or the next one along that, maybe?
Yes, that's like it.
Right. Whose bins are those?
I don't know.
Because it looks to me as if it looks to me as if the corridor down the side is very narrow. And on the plan, if you're going to put a table and chairs outside in the front garden, you're not going to be able to get it round that way. I'll just leave that floating in the air as an issue. And ask members if they have wished to ask any questions or make any comments on this. Right, Mike.
The objectors have raised concerns that this will end up being used as a holiday let, so it won't be brought up by local people that need housing, you know, to live in Eyam on a permanent basis. And I just wondered, is it possible to condition that so that it's for permanent use, or does
I think
offering it as an open market dwelling mean that anyone can buy it for any purpose?
I think we'll be told that we haven't got a policy base upon which we can do that, won't we?
Yeah, so the application's an open market house is acceptable in our HC1 policy. We feel it's creating an enhancement to the village, so therefore the principle of an open market is acceptable. And as I say, there's no policy to make it primary occupation or affordable in this instance.
Ginny?
Yes, having done the visit yesterday, and on the face of it, it did look like a positive approach to actually remove what is quite a modern and not very attractive building and build something else. But I'm concerned about the wall at the side, on the right-hand side. The other side, sorry, I meant the left-hand side. Whose wall does that, who does it belong to? Is it the Rookery or is it the post office?
I believe that was the Rookery, but the application does propose a new wall, a replacement wall, essentially. Let me just go through those and find that for you.
So in actual fact, that boundary will go right down the side of the proposed building, won't it? There won't be any access from that side.
Yes, that's right, yeah. So that's existing.
So if we go to the previous plan.
The steps, are they with the Rookery?
Go back into the previous diagram.
External steps.
Sorry, wait on.
You've gone too far now.
Oh, sorry.
The original, that's the present layout.
Yes.
That wall that you can see, the wheel bins that we see there,
Mm-hmm.
that's the stone wall. That goes.
Yes, that's right, yep.
So what goes along that boundary?
So that will be a wall, as you can see here.
Well, it's not a wall, is it? Because it's too thin. What's that?
Might be a single line of bricks.
Yes, you're right.
That's
yes.
a wall. I'm wondering how this is being serviced.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm not sure what forms the southern boundary there.
Have I understood that right?
I thought towards the back of the Rookery building you can see some steps. Well, you have to go to the picture there. What? Have we got anything clearer down? Yes. Oh, it's the wall.
It's the retaining wall.
Is it? Oh, it is a wall then.
There's the wall.
And that looks too narrow to fetch wheelie bins down, doesn't it?
That's too narrow to fetch wheel bins down, and the one on the other side is
I don't think we can accept this application in the condition it is.
It does. I mean, Ginny has raised the point that I was going to make about the ownership of that wall, because it looked like, if you go back to go back to the one with the wheelie bins in.
This wall?
No, the next one. It looks as if the paving that is associated with the kind of driveway for Rookery extends underneath the wheelie bins. You know, the boundary isn't clear from what's physically on the ground compared with what's on the plan. But it does raise. I mean, I was taken by the point that I think the third objector made in their delivery by Sarah. I mean, given the constraints of space, how is it going to be built and maintained? I mean, given the breadth of scaffolding requirements under health and safety regs and the rest of it, I mean, is that actually something that we consider? That,
Yes. So for the construction itself, there will be a construction management plan. So that'll cover where materials are going to go, where vehicles will drop off that material. But in terms of the management of a building and rights of access, that's not something we consider.
That's not a planning issue. Okay, thank you.
And in any event, you often get, say, a shop being knocked down and built without any curtilage whatsoever.
Sure.
I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of bother.
I was just taken by the. Otherwise, the only other thing comment I would make, Chair, is Will's comments about conditions, because current condition 6, where it says sample panel of natural coarse gritstone, not limestone, to be agreed. Is what you're suggesting a development
opposite,
on that?
Yes. Sorry, yes, it's the complete opposite. So apologies for that.
Okay, but the only other one I would say is there's nothing in there about rainwater goods, but I think I spied on one of the elevation drawings it specified metal rainwater.
Yeah,
Does that need to be conditioned as well? Or?
No, so all the precise details like verges and rainwater goods and brackets, they're all on the plans themselves, so they don't need a separate condition.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So, Adam.
Sorry, just on red line and who owns what. Obviously, this authority doesn't necessarily keep all the information on who owns what land, but the red line that's been drawn by the applicant is, if you see the red dashed line at the bottom there, is saying that the land within that is owned by the applicant. So that would include that wall and that entire passageway through up to the gable of the neighbour. So that red dashed line is the ownership boundary that we've been told that the applicant owns, and they've obviously signed the form and the declaration to say that that is true. So I think we have to work on that basis.
I don't feel comfortable with this. I feel comfortable with the idea. I have to be honest with the objectors. I feel comfortable with the idea of redeveloping this site. I just don't think we've got the details right. I don't know how other members feel. Can we have a suggestion as to whether we should be refusing it or deferring it to try and sort these problems out?
It would be good to get an understanding from members what you consider the issues to be, and then we could advise whether that could potentially be an amendment or whether that would be so significant that it would have to be a
Well, I would like to be satisfied, first of all, that it can be serviced properly, particularly with the wheel bins and things, which you don't want in the front garden. I'd like to know exactly how we are treating the boundary between this site and, is it the rookery next door? Are there any other issues? There was Ginny?
It just looks too much massing on such a small site. So I don't know if there's any way of actually reducing the size of the building down. I mean, if you look at this realistically, it's going to be a holiday let.
Well, whether it is or it isn't.
Well, yes, I know we can't take that into account.
I mean, there is the possibility of enhancement here. There's no doubt about it. I think we're talking about details.
I think if we're talking about the things you mentioned, Patrick, I think that could be a deferral to get that additional information. If we've got fundamental concerns about the scale and massing of the building, that's, I think, is a bigger issue, really. And I think members would have to make a decision on that.
Sorry, can I just come back on that? It ties in very much, though, with what Patrick's saying, because the actual footprint of the building is not allowing for the servicing of the building and you know, dealing with things like bins.
Or maybe it doesn't. We don't really know the answer to that.
I'll be led by members to understand what your concerns are, really. I think my personal opinion as a planning officer is you could probably get a bin around the top boundary there quite easily. I think that would be fairly straightforward to resolve, and the boundary on the other side where the thin line is, I'm sure we could resolve that detail with the applicant. But I'm just trying to understand if you have more fundamental concerns about the design scale of the building, I think that's a different matter.
So do we think that, what do we think this boundary wall is? Because if you talk about that as a dry stone wall, you certainly can't get the servicing in. If it's something else, what it looks like is very important, particularly as it's coming up against a stone wall along the frontage. And it can't be a hedge. I'm going to move that this be deferred. and that we proceed on the basis that we look at those things, and if the officers can resolve them with the applicant, then they be delegated the power to deal with the decision, if they can sort those problems out. If they can't, it'll have to come back to us, I think.
Are you clear on what you need to do with that?
So just so Will's understanding and my understanding, there's two issues: are bin storage,
and how you get them down the corridors and things like
for
that.
my understanding, members looking for the bins to be able to go round the back. Is that what you want?
Well, you don't want them on the front, do you?
I thought
or if you do, you want some solution as to how they get put in there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If I was trying to, do you want them round the back, or are you happy potentially round the front with a suitable bin store? Because we could, I'm sure out of those two options there is a solution. And then the second point is the boundary treatment to that edge and making sure that can be dealt with acceptably.
And Ken,
Yeah, if you just look at that, try and scale that drawing, there's a back door which must be 3 foot, and that's less than that path down the side. You could get a wheelie bin and ride it down.
Well, I just want to be sure about that, actually, that it's practical. Okay, can we leave it on that basis and see where we get to? So, Martin.
Right. Looking at that map and where the applicants have put the boundary line, that impinges on the Rookery's parking space. They're also using the space beyond the wall for their bin. So I think we need, before we can proceed, we need to know exactly where that boundary line is.
We can clarify that with the applicant, but as I say, the applicant has declared on the application form that they own that land. Obviously, there will be hopefully a one way or another answer, but we can find out. But as I say, as planning authority, we rely on the information that the applicant tells us. We're not the land registry.
Okay. Are we happy to proceed as I have just outlined, or do you want this to come back? Right. Is all those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried, I hope. Right. Can we now move on, please, to the next item on the agenda, which is on the wrong page? No, I'm not. 25 Hernstone Lane, Peak Forest. And who's dealing with this one? Yes, when you're ready already. Yes, please.
Thank you. This is the application at land adjacent to number 25 Hernstone Lane in Peak Forest, and the application is for a single local needs affordable dwelling. The site location is on the screen in front of you, so the application relates to this triangular parcel of land to the south of Hernstone Lane, which is the main road that you'll know that runs through Peak Forest. 25 Hernstone Lane is to the northwest.
Oh, sorry, can I just check that the speaker's here? You are. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry to interrupt
That's
you.
okay. There are further residential properties on the opposite side of the road. We've got agricultural land to the south and southeast. The entirety of the site is within the Peak Forest and Old Dam conservation area, as is most of the land that you see around the site. I also just want to point out that there are a number of public rights of way in close vicinity to the site. The first is one which runs along this western edge, so it runs along the driveway of number 25 in a south direction. There's another public right-of-way to the southeast, and that runs between these buildings and then along a stone wall. And then there is a final right-of-way which you pick up further northwest along Hernstone Lane, and that travels southeast, and they all converge further south of the site. Onto the proposals. So it's for a single dwelling. This is the proposed site plan. So again, this triangular parcel of land that you see to the east of 25 Hernstone Lane. This is the siting of the dwelling. You've got amenity space to the front and to the rear. A bit of planting around, and there is also a driveway in the eastern part of the site and a new access onto Hernstone Lane. There's also a turning area for vehicles so that they can exit the site in a forward gear. These are the proposed floor plans. So you can see they've got kitchen and dining space at ground floor with sitting room, and then there's 3 bedrooms at first floor. So it's a 3-bedroom property, and the gross internal area of the internal floor space is 100 square metres. This is the front and rear elevation of the property. It's a fairly typical traditional design, stone construction with a slate roof, double fronted property. These are the side elevations. So you would have a glazed door on this elevation. And then in terms of the sections, I think it was asked on site and we did clarify, but there's reference to this ramp here. So the site is at a slightly lower level than Hernstone Lane. So the driveway would require a bit of a ramp to get up to that road, which you can hopefully see the level change in the next picture. So this is looking at the site from 25 Hernstone Lane. You can see the sign for the public right-of-way along the driveway. You can see the triangular area of land, and you can also see that the levels do fall away from the road. This is looking straight on at the site, so in a south direction. This is taken from further east, looking back towards the site, and that's number 25. That's standing on the opposite side of the road, looking south towards the site. And then that's just a final picture. So you can see the boundary wall along the front of the site, and then this is also a large ash tree. In terms of the proposals, it is for a new local needs affordable dwelling. I'm sure members are familiar with the policies, but I'll just run through them. So we've got policies DS1 and HC1, which basically set out that new affordable housing to meet a proven need can be acceptable in or on the edge of listed settlements, such as Peak Forest, and it's considered the location in this case is acceptable in terms of those policies. HC1 does require housing to meet eligible needs, and we have received information from the applicant that they are in housing need, and the application also sets out that they have lived in Peak Forest since birth, so they do have a local connection as well. Another key policy is DMH1, which again you'll be familiar with, but what it does is it sets out the size thresholds for new affordable housing, and those thresholds are there to make sure that the housing stays affordable. Obviously, if it was larger, it would be less affordable. The maximum floor space in that policy for a 5-person house is 97 square metres, and the maximum internal floor space for a 1-bedroom property, a 1-person property even, is 39 square metres. There is a practice note for the policy, so it's got a little bit more flexibility in it, and that practice note states that where there are personal circumstances or for reasons of local character to justify a slightly larger property, a 1-person property can go up to 58 square metres. In this case, the need that has been demonstrated by the applicant is for a single person property. They're looking to form a single occupancy household. So therefore, our policy would state that the dwelling should not exceed 39 square metres. We don't consider either that there is any personal circumstance or reason of local character that has been put forward to justify the 58 square metres. So unfortunately, it is considered that the size exceeds the policy of the proven and the proven need for an affordable dwelling. In addition to that, the site is within the conservation area, and the conservation area appraisal sets out that an important part of the character of the conservation area is the agricultural land to the south of Hernstone Lane. So whilst the site, which I'll just put back on screen again, is slightly more manicured than some of the land around it, and it does have a close association with 25 Hernstone Lane. The report does still set out that there would be some impact, because by siting a building on that land, you're interrupting some of the views between Hernstone Lane and the agricultural land. When there is impact to a conservation area, and that is less than substantial harm, that needs to be outweighed by the public benefits. In this case, because of the policy conflict that has been raised around the size of the property, it's not considered that harm is outweighed by the public benefits of the development. So the application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker. I should just mention that my daughter lives in Peak Forest, but as far as I know, she doesn't know Mr. Is it Rook or Ruck? Rook. But just for the avoidance of doubt. Mr. Rook, would you like to come and speak, please? There's a button somewhere in the middle of your machine which, if you turn on, a little red light should come on and we shall know that we can hear you.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrew Rook and I am one of the applicants. I have lived at 25 Hernstone Lane since 1983, and the application site forms part of our garden. The proposed dwelling is for our daughter Natalie, who is 26 years old. She still lives at home and has lived in Peak Forest her whole life. Natalie is unable to be here to speak today, as she is a teaching assistant at Edale and Hope and is unable to take the time off. You can see from the report that the only issue is the size of the dwelling. There is an error on the plans, as the size should be 97 square metres, not 100 square metres, but that can be easily rectified. For us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as we only have one suitable piece of land. If we build a single-person dwelling and are restricted to the terms of the maximum 10% limit on an extension, I can predict that it wouldn't be very long before Natalie would outgrow it and have to move away. At that point, she will be stuck in the same position again of not being able to afford anything on the open market, and our chance to build a local need house that Natalie can grow into will be gone. It seems to me it's logical, practical and more economic to allow a larger dwelling that complies within the size limits in policy, but that will be more useful both to Natalie and future families in need of affordable housing. A 3-bedroom house can accommodate various different size households, whereas a one-person house will be restricted to accommodating one person. We would love Natalie to be able to live next door to us as we get older. It would be fantastic to think of her settling down in the village she has grown up in and raising a family here. Natalie also has friends and colleagues who live in the village. We don't want Natalie to be financially forced from the village simply because she doesn't have children at this stage. The proposal itself is policy compliant, and it would be an asset to the village and the community. So I would ask the committee to consider whether we can future-proof this application, giving Natalie and future families a local need family home in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members. Ginny.
Can we just clarify the comment the speaker made about the sizing?
Yes, so I did query this with the agent, and the floor space is 100 square metres. The agent did clarify, and I think the applicant has said the same, that if that were the only point of issue, they'd be happy to reduce it down to the 97 square metres.
I think that means that you either refuse it on the size grounds, or if you're minded to be sympathetic to it, it would have to be deferred to enable the plans to be altered. Ken?
Thank you, Chair. We've been here before and we've rehearsed the arguments before. The size is, as ever, an issue. I'm mindful that we had a similar situation at Chelmorton, where we were requested to approve a dwelling for a single person that was 97, 98 square metres. We refused it. It went to appeal, and the planning inspector refused it on the grounds that we could only consider an application on the basis of the information that was before us, in the terms of that was the situation of the person, and it was therefore not appropriate for us to have done anything other than refuse it, because we couldn't, in all honesty, because of our policies, approve a dwelling that would have been the size of a 5-person family for a single person. I mean, I therefore I can't see how officers could have come to any other conclusion than the one they have, which is the recommendation for refusal on the basis of the size of the property that's being proposed for the number of people, which is 1. I think, again, I have concerns about the impact on the conservation area. There is very little in the way of development along that southern side of Peak Forest, and that's specifically referred to in the conservation area appraisal as part of the importance of the conservation area. And I think that, therefore, it's another reason. Again, I can understand why the recommendations are as they are. I think if members were minded to approve this at all, Chair, and I couldn't support that proposal, but if members were, then I think on the ground plan of this proposal, the dwelling is proposed to be in the centre of that land. I would suggest that having it closer to the existing property would reduce the, if you like, spread out into the along Hernston Lane, but that's something perhaps for others to consider. I just make those comments at the moment, Chair.
It's no secret, of course, that I don't particularly like this policy, and I don't even believe it is our policy. But the question, because the policy, as far as I'm concerned, is what's written on a piece of paper, which is our development management policies, and that doesn't restrict the size to an individual in this sense. And that policy has been around, as far as I know, since 2003, and it's only in the last 4 or 5 years that it started to be interpreted, if that's the word to use, in a completely different way. And it is quite interesting because this so-called advice note, which came in, I think, in February 2022, we've only had 2 applications since then where this issue has come up. One of them was in Tidesville, and the other one was in Tissington. And both of those had been approved by the committee. And the Tissington one, slightly surprisingly, was actually approved unanimously by the committee. And some members will have been here when that was approved. The problem I have with this is that the first question I would ask is whether anybody seriously thinks that this applicant is going to disappear and say, okay, I'm going to build a 39 square metre house. I don't think there's been a single 39 square metre house built by an individual, certainly in my time on the authority, and that's since 2012, and there is no reason why they should do. We have a vision, is that the right word, or an aim or a policy, of thriving and vibrant communities. And we've gone on to define what we mean by thriving and vibrant communities. Actually, we use the word sustainable communities. And one of the things we're trying to do with that vision is to attract more young people to stay in our villages. One of the other things we're trying to do is to enable families who belong to villages to stay together. And I cannot see how, in refusing this application, you would achieve any of that aim whatsoever. It's a nonsense to believe that somebody is going to set about building a 39 square metre house just so that they can stay in the village. You know, even the birds of the air understand that you have to make a nest before you lay your eggs in it. But for some reason or other, within the bounds of this national park, nature is reversed. You have to lay your eggs first, and then you're allowed to go and build yourself a nest. It does not make sense to me at one level or another whatsoever. And I accept in this particular case that you might be able to improve the layout and design of the house. I accept that we may have to insist upon it going down to 97 square, whatever it is. But as far as I'm concerned, this house fits with our overall aim of thriving and vibrant villages. The report we have in front of us is, to say the least, lukewarm on the acceptability or otherwise of this site. And generally it is positive, given the balancing considerations. I think the issues are a lot more complicated than this report suggests. I leave it to members to make their own decisions. Ken.
Yeah, there's quite a few different variations on the theme here.
Yes.
The land is in the applicant's ownership. It's a self-build, so it's not affordable. It's going to be very affordable if he's building it instead. So I would move that this is agreed.
You'd move it? Move what? You're moving for approval.
Chair.
Well, I've got that moved and seconded. Now you, yes.
Can I just borrow your soapbox, please? We've got a local plan review going on. You're part of that. Some of the other members are part of that. We're reviewing those issues. We need to just remember the terms of policy and come back to a planning application, please. We've got a policy that refers to responding to need. And if you look at two of the applications that we've just permitted for local needs affordable housing in Bakewell and now Yulgrave, they have one-bedroom houses in them because that responds to the need of that area. That would come out if you did that in Peak Forest. So why would we be different in that approach? I think we need to be consistent in the way we apply policy, as Ken's set that one out. And actually in that case, we did look at the characteristics of that part of the village, as Hannah set out, the practice note gives scope for. You could look at the characteristics of the street scene in this area and say, actually, a small house may not be appropriate, might not fit with the characteristics of that area, but actually there is scope for a bigger property if you look at character. I would prefer to go down that route and actually explore whether there is a policy-led approach rather than actually just tear up the plan and take a single approach. I know the chair doesn't agree with that, but I think we've got to just come back to where we start from properly, review and monitor the application of policy and the needs in the area, and take these case by case, please. Thank you.
Mike.
I hear what Brian's saying. In my own authority, where we have housing allocated on social need, whether it's through housing associations or through the council, if a family become overcrowded, they have to apply back to the council for a larger property. I've encountered that situation already this year with a couple of constituents. And it can take some time before they move, but eventually they are moved into larger housing. Here we are talking about a single home being built for local need. It won't be part of a housing association. It won't be a part of a council. So there is a difference here, which is why I'm leaning more towards what Patrick's saying than to what Brian's saying, notwithstanding the policy implications for that we're going to have to come to at a later date.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Martin?
Right. I've got no problem with the policy where we have a number of houses. So if we look, for instance, at the Yulgrave proposal, which we have just approved, we have a situation where there are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom houses, and potentially someone in the village could start with a 1 bedroom house, move to a 2 bedroom, move to a 3 bedroom house if those became available. With single self builds, we're asking people to build, as Patrick says, a 39 metre house, which is it's not really practical. It's about the size of a typical student self-catering residence. But their circumstances are going to change. We know they're going to change. We might not know when and we might not know how, but we need to be more flexible, basically, so that we make reasonable provision. Otherwise, what's going to happen is, okay, we make them build a 1 bedroom house. They're not going to have the money to build another house after that, so their only option is to move away.
Which I think is Mike's point by another route. Yes. Matt?
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy with the things that everybody's saying, but I think that, you know, when you look at the amount of time that we spend talking about whether the bins will fit down the side of the building in the post office in Eam, you know, effectively what we've got here is an application which says this doesn't fit with policy, therefore but we don't agree with the policy, so we're going to abandon that and build whatever we want, build whatever they've suggested. I don't think we can possibly approve this without a proper consideration of, is this the best place on this plot? Is it 100 metres or 97 square metres? You know, there needs to be an awful lot more information to be able to say, yes, you could build that here, even if we accept the fact that you could build it here. And I'm quite happy to go along with the fact that you could build it here, but I think that we need much more information to be able to say, yes, we will give this planning permission.
I think, to be fair to the applicant, we have to give an indication as to the direction it's going in, if he's going to put more work and effort into getting the plan as you would like it. I think the issue over policy, I think the difficulty is that Brian has one view of what the policy is and I have another view, and it's a matter of reading the words on paper and deciding what they actually mean, which is, I think, part of the difficulty here. Ginny?
Yes, it's a difficult one, this one, and there's good arguments on both sides. But if we were to defer this for gaining more information, I wondered whether there was more of a compromise with what we have in. I don't know whether this is policy as you accept it or not, but for a 5-person house, you would have 97 square metres. Is there and for 1 person, there's 39. Now, I agree, it's totally impractical to expect somebody who's 26 years old to settle for having a 1-bedroom, 1-person house. You know, you've got to look to the future. So is there some compromise on the table that we have set out, which is here in the proposal, to reduce the square meterage to maybe a 4-person house? Is that going to fit better with what our policy is saying?
Well, I think we probably need clarity as to what the policy is for that reason. But can I leave it on this basis? No, I can't actually, because I've got a proposer and seconder. The proposer and seconder, I don't think we can properly proceed on your motion as it's been put, but I'm perfectly happy to put it, because I do think that if we follow the line that you have proposed, the right solution is to defer in order to get any details right and to get the application reduced down to 97 square metres. I don't know whether you would be happy for me to do that, or not.
Well, I would if that would prove fruitful, because it's quite obviously the policy says a maximum of 58, even with 10%. It's not future-proofing at all.
No.
But I've just been reading in the notes, and because I was just looking at that map, and I've looked on Google Earth about sharing the driveway, because that would tie it in to local need then, rather than eventually open market. I'd like the lady to stay in the village, meet the man of her dreams and bring her family up. That's the idea.
Right.
But not in a one-bedroom flat.
So sorry, just as part of the application, I have discussed with the applicant's agent whether they could share the driveway. The response was that they didn't want to do that because it would create difficulties in any legal agreement with the shared land, and also because if the occupant did move away at some point in time, there might not be a connection between the two properties, so they therefore didn't want a shared driveway. Obviously, if members disagree with that, then that's their judgment, but that was the response we had.
Right. Can I invite you to change your motion to, and then I will invite amendments if anybody wishes to put an amendment. Well, can I suggest that you put it as that it be deferred to enable the applicant to amend the plans to bring it within the size, within the 97 square metres? Because it's at 100...
Are you suggesting if it's 97 square metres it'll get approved?
Well, that is what...
that's all you want.
What I'm saying is it ought not to go through at 100 square metres. If it's going to go through at a big figure, the maximum is 97. So what you would be doing is deferring it to enable the plans to be amended to meet that figure. Are you happy to do that? Yeah. Okay. Right.
Did you say to bring it in line with policy?
That is to bring it within the maximum figure.
But if you said to bring it in line with policy, rather than stating the figure.
Brian will tell you it's not policy, and I'll tell you it is policy, and we're in a difficulty. And so we have to sort that out.
Do you want me to? I'll just say one more thing, please.
Yeah.
We've been in this situation before, and when we've been in this situation, I've used the standing orders to defer the case back to look at the policy implications. If I was to do that again here, I would be repeating a report we've done before. In my mind, I don't see any particular point in just repeating something. We've rehearsed that. We've said it, and actually those points are going into the plan review right now. But just reiterate the point that it's based on trying to respond to the needs of the area. There are single people that live out there. There are people that aren't in partnerships and don't have families, and people that need single, more affordable property. And there are proper policy reasons for doing what we're doing on that basis. We've tried to give some flexibility for that. If you came back with 97 square metres, it would be contrary to policy, and we would have to say that you are making a decision as an exception to the plan. You would need to define what the material reasons are for doing that, as well as the reason for going contrary to the harm-based element of that as well, which I don't think you've really commented on yet.
Mike?
Yes, can I say again in response to Brian, and you make a good point there. I know again from experience in the authority that where I'm a representative, a 50-year-old or a 60-year-old may very well have decided to settle on a single life. Here we're looking at a woman in her mid-20s, and her expectations are likely to be, and ambitions are likely to be quite different. So at 26, you probably are looking forward to starting a family. At 60 or 70, most likely not.
If that motion is approved, you would prefer it to come back here with the amended plans, presumably?
You can defer to resolve issues in
Yes.
detail if members still went forward with a because that isn't a decision at that point. You're
No, it isn't.
deferring
No,
for
no,
it.
absolutely.
So that is to be. We'd have to see what's on the table at that point. If members decided to vote in favour of a scheme at 97 square metres, it could only be done as conscious policy.
Yes, so you would like it to come back here? We couldn't delegate to you? No, okay, so it'd have to come back here?
No, we couldn't.
No, right, that's fine, that's okay by me.
On that basis, yeah.
Right, so we've got a motion before us at the moment, which is to defer this application to enable the applicant to amend the plans to bring it within 97 square metres. That has been proposed and seconded. Has anybody got an amendment to that? And we'll take on board Matt's point about getting the rest of the site right and everything else in that. Has anybody else got an amendment to that? In that case, I want to put that to the vote. All those in favour of the motion, that we defer it for amending the plans? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 3, 4. That is carried. Okay. Do you understand where you're up to with that now? You're invited to go away, bring your plans within the 97 square metres. They will be talk to the planners about any other improvements that can be made. It'll come back to us. I cannot guarantee that it'll go through because there'll be different members present, or some issue may have come up, or the planning officer might be able to convince members to go another way. But at the moment, what they're saying is, bring your plans within the limits and we'll look at them again. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Right. The next application we have is Dennis Knoll Car Park. This is an application by the authority for an extension of a car park up near Stanage Edge, which we did a site visit for yesterday.
Okay, good afternoon. This is a full planning application for the extension of a car park at Dennis Knoll. Just a bit on site and surroundings. So the site outlined in red is the Dennis Knoll car park, which is a pay and display car park, approximately 2.7 kilometres north of Hathersage and 2 kilometres north of Bamford on the eastern edge of Northlees Estate. Okay. So we've got this plan here. We've got this is called Hollenbank Road, and then the long causeway which leads to Coggers and Jaggers, which goes south into Hathersage, and then just up here we have Bamford Edge, which is up here, and then Stanage Edge, which is to the northeast. Okay, so here we've got an aerial view of the aerial view of the site, and here we have the existing car park, which is approximately 270 square metres and provides space for approximately 10 cars. The red line site includes this area to the south here, the grassed area and the verge to the highway, in addition to the woodland as well. For context, we're on the setting of 2 scheduled monuments, Sheep Wash Bank and Dennis Knoll, which is a cairnfield and a Brayman Road. And beyond the extent of the site, so outside of these areas here, and this area here, is the Peak District Moors SPA, Special Protection Area, the South Pennine Moors Special Area of Conservation, and the Eastern Peak District Moors SSI. It is also designated as a natural zone. So this application seeks planning permission for the extension of the existing car park by approximately 97 square metres to the east to provide parking for approximately 55 to 60 cars. This will be shown on the plans, but it would also extend northward into the woodland and would result in the loss of the first row of trees in this woodland bank here. I'll move on to the plans. So if you can see these here, so there will be one entrance and one exit. The entrance from the Long Causeway end and the exit further down in Holland Bank. These areas here would be hard standing, as would the exit. And then the main bulk of the site would be Ultratrek, which is a recycled surfacing material, similar in colour to tarmac. So there would be provision for 3 disabled bays. There would be additional verge and planting across the site, including down here. And then running along the southern boundary here would be a raised verge with additional planting on top of it. Move on to this one. So here's the signage and a bit of detail on what the verge would appear as. So relatively small in height. Okay, so the key issues for this application would be the principle of the development, which includes the justification for the car park extension. It would also include the impact of a landscape, impact upon cultural heritage, impact upon the ecological designations of the site, biodiversity, and including biodiversity net gain, the impact on trees, highway safety, any other matters. So just for a bit of policy basis for this one to lead into the principle and justification, we have a core strategy T1, which encourages a shift towards sustainable transport, but it also seeks to minimise the visual impact of transport development within sensitive locations, avoid harm to valued characteristics, and to consider demand where appropriate. This is followed up in the Development Management Policies Plan, DEMT 7, which states that new or enlarged car parks will not be permitted unless clear demonstrable need delivering a clear local benefit can be provided. And this policy also requires an equivalent removal of on-street parking to be provided to make the development acceptable in principle. So in essence, if this is increasing the parking by 50 car parking spaces, we would require measures to be put in place to reduce 50 cars parking on the streets. So to leading into the justification for this, the application has been supported by data and monitoring information, which was in the form of 62 enforcement visits between April and August 2025. The monitoring visits found evidence of undercapacity of the site, particularly on weekends and on bank holidays. Importantly, it found that cars parked on the verge, the verge is so down here, even on days when the car park was not at full capacity. In summary, it found for every car parked in the car park, 2 to 3 cars were parked on the verge. So we've got to think about the visual impact of verge parking, the erosion of the grassland, and also worth noting that the inappropriate verge parking doesn't have any mitigation or planting surrounding it, and therefore it does have an impact. So moving on to the how it's going to result in the loss of on-street parking. The applicant has suggested measures to limit verge parking, including the use of bylaws and potentially a Section 101 agreement with the Highway Authority, which would enable the applicant to better enforce verge parking and act as a deterrent. In addition to this, there would also be increased information, liaison and communication across the sites to better explain the implications of verge parking, with the hope that they will be directed into the formalised car parking. It should be noted that because the crux of this application is whether we can get that equivalent amount of off-street car parking, we are proposing to include a condition which will require the submission agreement of a methodology and strategy to control manage and enforce the inappropriate verge parking across the wider site. So it's not been provided at this stage, but the intention is that that will be agreed and in place before first use of the site. Okay. Just while I'm on this plan, I just want to explain the implications to the trees. So this has got the overlay of the proposed site. So as you can see, the northern bit of the site is bound by green, but it does extend down to this red area here. So as you can see, there's T2, T3, T5 to T10, which are individual or tree groupings, which will be removed as part of the development. This has been reviewed by our tree conservation officer, who has raised no objection, and we consider that whilst there would be a loss of trees on site, a planting strategy would provide mitigation for the loss of trees, and would give the opportunity to strengthen and increase tree cover locally. There's also a method statement for the protection of retained trees, but to conclude, we feel it's acceptable with regard to trees. Okay. So just for a bit of context on the site here. So this is the formal existing car park looking to the east. So you can see the grassed area here, and then this area here is the verge, which was once upon a time grass and has just been completely eroded away. And here we are looking the other way, so this is looking to the west. And the proposed car park would extend to the point of the end of this tree coverage here. So if you can get an idea, it'd extend to about here and extend to the highway. There's another shot showing the kind of the density of trees and the first row of trees which would be removed. And here we go. So we're moving on to the landscape and landscape impact of the development. So the application has been supported by a landscape visual appraisal. The site is in the open moors character type of the eastern moors. And the LVIA has assessed the site and the proposed development from 13 receptors across a distance of 500 metres across the North Lees estate and surrounding areas. These receptors were taken from public rights of way, national trails and open access land. So this one shows a kind of example of the views from the east, which would show the site would be visible in the summer months, given that there's no screening, it's just straight down this row here. However, I don't think I have any further
Can I
questions?
assume that photograph's taken from the top of Stanage Edge?
I believe this one is taken from...
It's not from one of these buzzy things in the air?
No, this is from a footpath.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Here's one I took the other day, not the best day for it, but this is from a footpath leading up to Stanage Edge. And again, it kind of shows the visibility of it, and it would be a visible feature in the landscape. However, from the so these were taken from the east. However, from the north, south, and west, the proposed development would be concealed by planting and the existing topography of the landscape. See if I can move through some more. So here we go. So this is kind of slightly further west on Stanage Edge, where you can see that there would be some screening for the scheme. And here we go. Here's from the north. Again, you can see from these viewpoints, it would be concealed by the existing woodland. And here we go. This is from a much lower ground. Again, showing that it would be concealed from these viewpoints. Okay. So to conclude on that, the proposal would be visible and intrusive, particularly during the winter months, most evidently from recreational users on Stanage and the moorland below it. The LVA concludes that this will compromise a minor adverse visual effect. It does go on to state that by year 15, following mitigation in the form of tree planting and other planting, the proposal would be enclosed and in a wooded setting. There may be still visibility through filtered shots through the trees. However, they would not stand out in the landscape. So, following the mitigation, it has been concluded that the proposal would result in neutral or minor beneficial, given the removal of visible and nuisance verge parking. Yes, so it's worth noting that on particularly busy days, the verge parking will extend this whole road really past the cattle grid. I mean, I don't have any photographs showing it, but they do also park on the long causeway, which is down here as well. And that in itself causes a visual impact, both from the erosion of the verges, but also the visibility of those trees and the lack of screening afforded to them. So we've obviously concluded that there would be some harm, particularly in the short term. However, this needs to be balanced against the benefit of removal of verge parking, restoration of those verges, those it would need to be weighed against those harms. However, we feel that, subject to the case about monitoring and the reduction of verge parking, we feel that there would be a clear public benefit resulting from the proposed development, even in spite of those short-term landscape concerns. So therefore, we feel it is in compliance with policies L1, GSP2 and DMC1. Just moving on to other matters as well, archaeology, as noted, it is near two scheduled monuments. The application was supported by a desk-based assessment which found evidence of a quarry on the site. And it is also, we can't rule out the potential for remains in association with the two adjacent scheduled monuments to be found on site. So therefore, there will be a minor impact to archaeology. However, this could be mitigated by the proposed sensitive groundworks. That is, they're not proposing to strip back too deeply. They're going to use the existing topography of the site. And the monitoring and survey of the quarry, which was identified by the desk-based assessment. So following that mitigation measures, we feel that the harm to the non-designated archaeology remains will be outweighed by the public benefits. If I come back here. So as suggested, these areas here, beyond this area here, are European designated sites, SPA and SAC, which are protected for different reasons. The application has been submitted by a preliminary ecological assessment, which recommends preventative measures to conserve the habitats and creatures on site. These can be conditioned and controlled that way. So the proposal itself would not harm the ecological interest of the site itself. However, the impact on the adjacent European designated sites is also a key consideration. The application has been supported by a shadow habitats regulation assessment, and we have prepared our own habitats regulation assessment, which screened the development on the special qualities of those designated sites. And that document sets out a number of mitigation measures which will limit the impact on those designated sites. So those include controlling the works outside of bird nesting season, monitoring through the construction phase, and also increased communication and engagement, education about the impacts of increased recreation on those protected sites. So subject to those, we feel that the proposal would not have a detrimental impact on the significance of the European sites. The application will provide 18.45% net gains. The habitat on site is significant, so it would therefore be subject to 30-year monitorings. So the recommendation of approval also includes the prior entry into a Section 106 agreement to provide 30-year monitoring, and with that the submission of a habitats management plan to show how that's going to be done. Subject to this, we feel it's acceptable with regard to ecology and biodiversity. Okay. And just to conclude on those matters, so we consider that the application has appropriately justified the car park extension, and we feel that subject to conditions, the proposal can provide benefits locally through the reduction of verge parking and inappropriate parking. We acknowledge that there would be short to medium-term landscape harm. However, this does need to be weighed against the longer-term benefits of the formalisation of parking across the area. It is also noted that the proposal is acceptable on ecological, cultural heritage, highway and biodiversity net gain grounds. So the recommendation is approval, subject to the prior entry into Section 106 agreement, to apply the funds for the 30-year monitoring, and the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you.
So what's the Section 106 agreement for?
So because the biodiversity net gain is significant...
It's 30-year monitoring.
Yeah, but who is it with?
Angela can speak on that if need be.
We'd have to partner with another authority to do it.
Oh, was that Section 106 then? Oh, right, okay. Right. Members? Ginny?
Thank you. Well, that was a very extensive report. There's an oak tree on site. I know this site really well, and I travel up and down that road a lot, and I recognise there's a massive problem with verge parking. I also visit Derwent, and I see the parking at Fairhomes, which has been done with where you're parking in the trees. So the visibility from above Fairhomes is really good, that you don't see. I mean, they're obviously mature trees, but you don't see a lot of cars. I'm very mindful that we've had an application before us for motorhomes, and we were considering the visibility from a height on those, and you have shown us that. So would we not consider changing the parking arrangements so it's more random parking rather than lines of cars? The other point I wanted to make was that there's quite a mature oak tree on site, which I think you were indicating was going to have to be cut down. And I have a problem with that. Cutting down a tree to park cars doesn't feel right. So, and also my third point is that we are going to be following up on a TRO or whatever is needed to restrict parking. So in that you can actually travel around and see empty car parks and verge parking still happening because people don't want to pay. What's the timeline for putting that TRO in, please?
I don't think you want to put a TRO in, do you?
No. So I'll start on the first point about the elevated land. So obviously this site is surrounded by very elevated land, which is obviously very significant and popular. And it is acknowledged both from the LVA and in our report that that would be visible. However, we need to weigh that against the current situation, which is there is verge parking. It does span quite far. It's unformalised. So therefore, there's long strips of parking with no screening at all. So if there's a way to control that and formalise it and put it in a place which has increased screening, we feel that there would be, in the long term, an enhancement of the landscape. But yes, that is it's a balancing act, but we feel that it's acceptable in the longer term. On the second point about trees, we have discussed alternative layouts, and we've currently got a layout which has managed to safeguard some of the trees on the eastern end. But given the size of the site and the compacted, just the impact on the trees, there wasn't potential to save the trees within these grass verged areas. The loss of trees obviously is regrettable, but our policy does allow for it, but it's subject to that being appropriately mitigated. And in this, where's this one, sorry? And in this one, it does set out quite a detailed planting strategy, including heavy standard trees, dense scrubbery planting and quite a lot of a verge planting as well, which would be trees, also standard or heavy standard.
So where are the heavy standards going?
I believe the heavy standards are the ones going at here, on these ones here.
And what's a heavy standard?
I believe that's 4.5 metres or 3 metres.
3 metres.
So they're quite large going in.
Okay.
What's that, sorry? Oh, sorry. That's worth knowing. This does show bays here, but it's going to be an ultra-track surfacing, so there's going to be no lines laid out. It's just worth knowing that.
Okay. Have you got the answer to your question?
Is it not possible to leave the oak tree?
I could potentially discuss it with the applicant, but I'd have thought no, given the gradient levels surrounding the site, to get it to a relatively flat surface. But it's something I could discuss potentially.
I think what Ginny was suggesting is that you could actually blur that back line and put some things further in and keep more of the mature trees that are there. I don't think she's the only one that's worried about losing some of these quite big trees. To get an oak tree that tall will probably take about 30 or 40 years. And it's. I doubt if anybody around the table seriously wants to challenge the idea of putting a car park there, but we've got to do it in a way we would hope a National Park Authority could do it. Because these photographs you've got from Stanage Edge show very clearly this wide verge, which, as Ginny says, is we've just thrown out a verge of camper vans because we can see them from Peveril Castle. When you widen that gap to include quite a lot of those trees, it becomes even more so, and it's even more two straight lines of cars. And one of my questions was whether at this end of it on the picture, I don't know whether it's north, south, east or west, but at this end of it on the picture, whether we couldn't sort of plant more around the side of the car park to hide it.
Yeah, so if you look here...
Is the planting at this end here?
So a lot of these central ones are going to be retained trees, so they're going to be, the trees which are currently there, and also these will be larger trees as well. So the intention obviously is to enclose that.
What's this sort of frilly thing around the side?
That was an amendment. We sought to retain those trees, so that just shows it's been amended.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like a doily.
Yeah, it's worth noting that these will be larger trees, inside the car park and across the verge. So there will be relatively large trees going in at the instance as well.
Could we look at roughing it up a bit in terms of its shape and keeping some more of these trees? I think that's what one or two of us are saying. Right. Can I then come on to... believe me, I'm not trying to be obstructive. I'm really trying to get this to work. Can I then come on to these measures that we're trying to take to compensate, okay? Because the policy we have, it's set out here, is that we would normally expect a TRO. And I think we were told on site yesterday we were reluctant to have a TRO because of the yellow lines. But on the other hand, a TRO is by far the most effective way of keeping some of these cars off verges. I can't wrap my mind round what this Section 101 agreement with the County Council would do to give us the power to do something about what's happening on the verges if we can't make a TRO with it. And the alternative is, why can't the County Council make a TRO? Is there a cost to that? Is it a cost we can con out of the mayor? Is it... We're getting tired. Is it a cost that we can get from somewhere else? We are talking, we've got money from government to do various things. I can't help feeling that there's something more immediate and effective we can do. Because, in the end, people do understand what a double yellow line is. If they're driving along a road like this and they see a gap, and there's a notice half a mile down the road to say we've got some bylaws, they're not going to read it. The whole thing has to be immediate to make it work. And the thing is, we're going to have quite a lot of these coming up, judging by the report that went to us a few weeks back. And if we have a policy which says we normally expect a TRO, we have to be very clear why we're not using it, or otherwise we're going to be accused of double standards, having one for ourselves and another standard for someone else. So I really want something quite positive here to say this is what will happen to get this stuff off the road. And I'm not sure that I understand that yet.
Chair, I mean, I wouldn't wish to speak for him, but Matt Freeson did explain on site yesterday that the Section 101 was to enable us, that in the main we'd be using our bylaws on land that we own, and that on land that we don't, we'd be looking for the Section 101 from Derbyshire County Council to enable us to use our bylaws on land that wasn't ours. So that was, as I recall, was the trajectory. I think the TRO issue is because of the time it takes, because we have to go through the Highway Authority. And with all due respect to the Highway Authority, it's not the most speedy of initiatives. That was my understanding. I mean, Matt might wish to add to it. I don't know.
I think there's a certain lack of clarity about that. I'd really like to understand exactly what we can do and over what timetable.
Bylaws on our land, and we'd use the 101 exercise of Highway Authority powers on their land.
So what are the highway operated powers on the highway that we are now seeking to exercise?
Well, Matt's been liaising. I don't know whether, with your permission...
You better had, because I'm not understanding this.
Yes, so as Angela says, we can, for the verges that we own, we can use bylaws to enforce against parking on them. For some of the verges across the whole estate, and actually this doesn't apply to the area around Ennisnoel because we own all the verges around Ennisnoel. So just with the bylaws, we can eliminate more parking, more current informal parking than we are replacing. So we can eliminate about 65 to 70 spaces, and the proposal is around 53 spaces. So we can do that just with the bylaws. Our strategy across the estate is looking at a number of parking issues, and some of those are parking on verges where we don't own the verge, and they are owned by highways. So constitution, or the legislation around national parks, doesn't allow us to put these bylaws in place on the verges we don't own unless we've got some sort of management agreement over them. So the Section 101 agreement, which is where the Highways Authority can hand over certain obligations or responsibilities around highways to other public sector organisations. So that Section 101 agreement would allow us then to place our bylaws onto these verges that are owned by highways. There are further advantages to that because we can use that Section 101 agreement in combination with our bylaws on some of the other problem areas for camper vans, for instance, some of the passing places and the lay-by type parking. So it's the Section 101 is more relevant to our overall approach to the whole issue of parking on the estate, but that the area immediately around here can be addressed with bylaws. As Ken said, one of the issues with the TRO is the timescales. We waited for 2.5 years for a TRO on around our car parks before we gave up on it and used our bylaws. The other advantage of using bylaws over a TRO is the TRO fines are fixed at £25, I think, for a TRO infringement. People are just seeing, we know from places like Mamtor that people just see that as a parking fine and they're quite happy to pay it. The bylaws fines will be higher. I don't think we know the level, but it could be 50 rising to £100.
It'd have to go to committee for approval.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Go to resources.
And do these bylaws have to go to government for approval and all that
Yes.
sort of stuff?
Yes.
How long does that take?
It can take it can take months. Yeah. So you'd have to go to Resources Committee for approval to make the bylaws,
Yeah.
and then we'd have to submit them to DEFRA for their approval for confirmation. Will take a number of months.
So we're coming to resources in January.
Yeah.
I think last time it took about 4 months for the last bylaws. I think it was around that.
I'll talk about that afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, members?
Chair, could I make a couple of other points? One, I was going to raise the planting issue at the eastern end of the car park as a way of trying to mitigate the impact, the visual impact. I mean, you did explain that, Will, but it just struck me that perhaps a more robust approach to planting in that area might help with hiding the trees. I think the screening of the proposed car park from the north, particularly, is reliant on what exists in that relatively poor plantation. The screening from the south relies on the mature plantation. Now, that will need to be managed over time. Is there any way in which we can ensure that the owner of that plantation, in managing that woodland, does it in a way that doesn't expose the car park, if it's approved, to views from the south or southeast, southwest? So, for example, if they come into maturity, could a belt be removed against what would be the northern wall of the plantation and replanted prior to the removal of the major plantation, or something like that, so that it isn't suddenly exposed, and then we have to take time for trees to mature as a block, rather than it be managed in a way that it does
Right, yes.
So
work effectively.
it appears that we might own it.
We do.
Yes.
I was being kind of euphemistic in referring to the owner.
Yeah, so it's TPO'd as well, so it's got that level of protection from it anyway.
Yeah, it's not so much the protection, it's just there is an inevitability that trees get old and have to be felled. It's the replacement that I'm concerned will be done in a timely fashion to maintain the screening of the car park.
This is for the southern.
Yes,
right.
the southern side.
Okay. No, I mean obviously the northern woodland will have quite a long and detailed management plan, which will span across decades. But in the southern ones, also have a blue line, red line area as well. So we can't really control that through conditions.
No, but if you're going to have a management plan, perhaps can I plant a seedling in your mind that you seek to have that southern area addressed as well, even though it's out with that the area that's being considered as part of the planning application?
Okay. Well, yeah, I believe it's in our ownership, so, well, you just said that,
Yeah, it is.
We could look into that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I would just say, Chair, as well, that I would just note that the Parish Council has made some comments. They haven't objected to it, which is great, but at the Parishes Day, the Peak Park Parishes Day a few weeks ago, several parish councillors did speak very positively about the car park proposals, and I thought that was quite encouraging from a community perspective, that we were being seen to recognise the issue and put forward plans for dealing with it.
Right.
So
that's good.
If there's a recommendation to be moved, Chair, I'm quite happy to move it.
Well, we've got one or two people saying, hold on, we want a few amendments put in here. I'm just wondering how we're going to deal with that. I would have been happy to leave it to officers. Can we do that when it's one of our applications?
Again, I think members need to just give us clear direction what exactly the amendments are.
I think we're asking that the plans be looked at with a view to preserving one or two of the larger trees on the site. And if that involves some rearrangement of car parking in a more informal way in order to get round the trees, we're happy to look at that. And then we're also asking that the gap at the eastern end, as Ken has just called it, be better landscaped to obscure the gap between the trees. And I think that was it, wasn't it? Yes.
Okay, so that would basically involve us negotiating with Matt to get some amended drawings, which might involve changes to the layout of the car park might involve
Yes.
a reduction in car parking spaces. So we could negotiate on that basis.
Okay, and then perhaps the answer could be consulted with Ginny and I, and if we think there are any issues, we'll bring it back to committee.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yep.
Will that do
sounds
it?
fine.
Are members happy with that? Okay, can we proceed on that basis then? Thank you very much. Right, I think the only... well, I saw lots of hands going up when I said, is everybody happy with that? So I'm right, all those in favour? Those against? I knew that was what it was. No, I said, is everybody happy with that? And lots of hands went up, so I presume that was okay. Right, thanks very much. And the next item, I think, on the agenda is the Saddleworth Neighbourhood Plan.
Last but not least.
You're going to do it from there, are you, Ellie? That's fine.
I like it here.
That's good. Okay.
30 seconds. Just 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, when you're ready.
I thought there was a slide, but perhaps we don't have one. But yeah, this report relates to the Saddleworth Neighbourhood Plan and seeks approval to submit the plan to independent examination in accordance with Regulation 15 of the Neighbourhood Planning Regulations. Yeah, that's it. Only 40% of the neighbourhood plan area falls within the national park boundary. So from south of Marston, the neighbourhood area covers Saddleworth Moor and ends at the boundary northeast of Mossley. Because parks within the national park, we have to undertake a joint process with Oldham Borough Council as lead authority to give advice and assistance to the parish council and to undertake the process set out in the regulations, which I've just briefly put on the slide. The Parish Council has prepared the plan following extensive community engagement and has now formally submitted the required documents, including the draft neighbourhood plan, basic condition statement, consultation statement and supported evidence to the National Park and to Oldham Council. The authority must consider whether the submission complies with the statutory requirements and decide whether to proceed to Regulation 16 publicity and independent examination, which will be led by Oldham Council. The submitted plan sets out a locally derived vision for Saddleworth up to 2039, supported by a comprehensive policy framework addressing the parish's environment, landscape, infrastructure, local economy and settlement character. Although we are not at this stage required to determine that the neighbourhood plan meets basic conditions, officers are satisfied that all neighbourhood policies are in general conformity with its statutory development plan and the National Park comments that were submitted during the Regulation 14 consultation have been addressed. Several policies are relevant to land within or affecting the setting of the Peak District National Park. Of particular note are Policy 5, which is character and quality of land adjacent to the National Park, which says development must respect the setting of the National Park by being sensitively located and designed so as to avoid or minimise adverse impact. And Policy 7, which is protection of important views. This policy says that development proposals which will detract or harm a valued viewpoint will not be supported without clear and convincing justification. I have put a brief summary on the board as well, because obviously we're excluded from a lot of policies with it not being in the boundary. But having reviewed the submission documentation, the authority is satisfied that the requirements of Regulation 15 have been met and that the plan is suitable to proceed to the next stage, subject to member endorsement and to Oldham Council following committee decision at Reg 15. The plan will move to a joint Regulation 16 consultation, after which it will be submitted for independent examination by Oldham Council.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Just one question, just reading the list that was at the end of this. Protecting high quality agricultural land. Is that about protecting high grade land, or is it we don't have a similar policy. We don't have anything which says if one bit of agricultural land is better than another.
We don't have any high grade agricultural land, but yeah, it's about the quality of productivity of the land.
Okay,
yeah. There's some in Derbyshire Dales down south, I think.
Right, Ken, and then Mike.
Just a bit of clarification, really, Chair, and to prove I read the report. Paragraph 4 refers to Sheffield City Council. And
yes,
paragraph
I noticed
23
that.
refers to Sheffield City Council and Door Neighbourhood Plan. Is this a product of cutting and pasting? Or, okay.
You need to read it all through. I'm happy to move this from the chair.
No, sorry.
So-
With those amended.
Yes. And so all those in favour? Just in case I get shouted at again. Anyone against? That's all carried. Thank you very much. And to note the legal report, which is a nice short report on this occasion. All those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the business of the meeting. Thank you.
Cyprus. she knew when to escape. I don't know how you guys get on with the evening committees.
Derbyshire Dale. We fairly regularly have planning committee go to nearly 11.
Yeah. Yeah. I know